Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Living in Oak Ridge Heights hasn't been particularly remarkable for a 17-year-old like me. The suburban monotony would have been unbearable if not for my private sanctuary. A small, forgotten patch of woods sandwiched between our neighborhood and the highway bypass. Most people avoid it, thinking it's too small to be worth exploring or too close to the road to be peaceful. Their oversight has become my privilege. Every day after school, I follow the same ritual. I slip out our back door, cut through Mrs. Wilson's neglected garden. She's too elderly to maintain it anymore and doesn't mind my shortcut. And within 5 minutes, I'm at the entrance to my wooded haven. It's nothing spectacular, maybe 15 acres at most. But the trees grow dense enough to muffle the distant traffic and create the illusion of wilderness. I'm what you might call a practiced loner. Making friends has never come easily to me, and high school hasn't improved matters. The woods became my confidant, the place where I shed the forced smiles and awkward silences that define my school days. I've mapped every trail, memorized the location of every distinctive tree, and claimed a particular fallen log as my thinking spot. April 16th started like any other Tuesday. The sky hung overcast, threatening rain but withholding it, casting the world in a flat gray light. School had been particularly draining. 2 surprise quizzes, a mandatory pep rally for a sport I couldn't care less about, and lunch spent avoiding the tables of chattering classmates who never seemed to notice my absence. By 3 o'clock, I felt the familiar itch beneath my skin, the need to escape into solitude. I rushed home, changed into my usual outfit, worn jeans, a navy hoodie, and mud-caked hiking boots that had seen better days, and grabbed my backpack with the essentials: water bottle, sketchbook, and a granola bar. Back by dinner, I called out to my mother, who barely looked up from her laptop where she was finishing work projects. She raised a hand in acknowledgement, used to my afternoon disappearances. The damp air carried the scent of approaching rain as I navigated the entrance path, fallen leaves compacted from years of my solitary footsteps. I pushed my earbuds in, scrolling through my phone until finding a true crime podcast, background noise to accompany my thoughts. The familiar embrace of the woods welcomed me, branches creating a canopy overhead that darkened the already gloomy afternoon. Something about the quality of light that day made the shadows deeper, the silence between podcast segments more pronounced. But I dismissed the sensation, chalking it up to the weather and my already sour mood. I couldn't have known that this ordinary Tuesday would become the dividing line in my life, the before and after. That the woods I thought I knew would reveal something that would haunt my every waking moment and turn my dreams into nightmares that left me gasping in the dark. The first raindrops began to fall, pattering against the leaves above me as I ventured deeper into the trees, following a path I could have walked blindfolded. About 20 minutes into my walk, I decided to deviate from my usual route. A recent rainstorm had toppled a large oak, creating a new clearing I hadn't fully explored. The podcast in my ears had shifted to an advertisement break, so I lowered the volume and focused on navigating the uneven ground, stepping carefully over exposed roots and fallen branches. The new clearing had transformed since my last visit. Spring had brought a carpet of tiny white wildflowers and an explosion of mushrooms thriving in the damp conditions. I knelt to examine a particularly interesting cluster of fungi, their caps a vibrant orange against the dark soil. My biology teacher might appreciate a photo for extra credit. Rising to my feet, I decided to circle the entire fallen tree before heading to my usual spot. That's when my foot connected with something that immediately registered as wrong. The texture beneath my boot wasn't the springy forest floor or the crunch of dead leaves. Instead, it yielded in a way that sent immediate signals of alarm through my nervous system. The sensation was unmistakably like stepping on flesh. I yanked my foot back instinctively, stumbling backward and nearly falling. My heart hammered against my ribcage as I tore my earbuds out, suddenly needing all my senses alert. The forest sounds rushed in. Birds, distant traffic, the soft patter of increasing rain. But they seemed distant compared to the blood pulsing in my ears. Swallowing hard, I forced myself to look down at what I'd stepped on. My mind struggled to process what my eyes were seeing. There, partially obscured by fallen leaves and perfectly integrated with the surrounding soil, was a human face. Not a mask, not a doll. A face, with detailed features emerging from the earth itself, as if someone had been buried vertically with only their face pressing against the surface. The craftsmanship was impossible. Every detail was rendered with photographic precision. Pores, the slight asymmetry of natural features, even fine wrinkles around the closed eyes. The coloration matched the surrounding dirt perfectly, yet the textures shifted subtly across the features, smoother across the forehead, slightly rougher along the jawline. My footprint had left an impression on what appeared to be the cheek, but instead of staying compressed like soil should, the imprint was already reforming, the surface slowly returning to its original shape like flesh bouncing back after pressure. I crouched down, my curiosity momentarily overriding my fear. The face appeared to belong to a middle-aged man, his expression serene, almost as if sleeping. No signs of distress marked his features, just peaceful repose. "Hello?" I whispered, feeling immediately foolish. It wasn't a person. It couldn't be. Yet it was so lifelike that addressing it seemed natural. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, I reached out one trembling finger and touched the forehead. It was warm. Not sun-warmed soil warm, but body temperature warm. And the texture, God, the texture was unmistakably skin, slightly moist with the subtle elasticity of living tissue. When the eyelids flickered, time seemed to stop. A minute movement, just the faintest tremor beneath the soil-colored lids, but unmistakable. And then, horrifyingly, the lips parted slightly, releasing a soft exhalation of air that stirred the nearby leaves. Terror exploded through me. A scream tore from my throat, echoing through the trees and scattering nearby birds from their perches. I scrambled backward, my hands and feet slipping on wet leaves as I struggled to put distance between myself and the impossible face. Once upright, I ran. Branches whipped against my face, roots threatened to trip me, but I didn't slow down. My backpack bounced painfully against my spine, and my abandoned earbuds dangled from my pocket, the tinny sound of the podcast still playing, creating a surreal soundtrack to my flight. The upbeat voice discussing murder statistics felt like a twisted joke as I fled from something I couldn't begin to comprehend. I burst through our back door at 4:17 p.m. I remember checking my phone with shaking hands, trying to ground myself in something normal. The 17 minutes since my discovery felt like hours. My mother looked up from her laptop, alarm spreading across her face as she took in my appearance. I must have been a sight. Clothes muddied from my frantic escape, face scratched from branches, eyes wild with panic. What happened? She pushed back from the dining table, knocking over her coffee mug in her rush to reach me. Words failed me initially. How could I explain what I'd seen, what I'd touched? Eventually, I managed to stammer out fragments. The woods. There's a face. In the ground. I touched it. It moved. "Slow down," she said, guiding me to a chair. Deep breaths. What face? In the dirt. A human face, like someone buried vertically with just their face showing. But it's part of the ground somehow. The words sounded insane even as I spoke them. I stepped on it by accident, and it felt like skin. Warm skin. My mother's expression shifted from concern to skepticism. You probably saw an animal partially buried, or maybe some trash someone dumped that looked human-shaped. No. I was adamant, the sensation of that warm flesh beneath my fingertip impossible to dismiss. I know what I saw, what I touched. It blinked, Mom. Its lips moved. She studied my face, clearly trying to decide how to handle what she perceived as either a delusion or an overactive imagination. "Did you take any pictures?" she finally asked. The question hit me like a slap. Of course, my phone had been in my pocket the entire time. Why hadn't I documented it? I panicked, I admitted. I just ran. "Well," she said, her voice taking on that carefully measured tone adults use when humoring someone. "Let's go look at it together tomorrow, in the daylight. If there's something strange out there, we should report it." I nodded, though the prospect of returning filled me with dread. We agreed to check after she finished work the next day. She insisted I shower and change, suggesting the physical routine would help calm my nerves. Later that evening, as we ate dinner in uncomfortable silence, I could feel her watching me, concerned. I picked at my food, appetite gone, my mind replaying the encounter in endless loops. That night, sleep came in fitful bursts. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, sometimes still, sometimes with eyes wide open and staring directly at me. Around 3 a.m., I gave up and sat at my desk, sketching what I'd seen with obsessive detail. By dawn, my trash can overflowed with crumpled attempts, none capturing the uncanny realism of what I'd encountered. I skipped school the next day, claiming illness. My mother, still worried, didn't argue. She worked from home, checking on me periodically. I spent the hours researching online, searching for anything similar to what I'd experienced. Archaeological discoveries, art installations, optical illusions, nothing matched the visceral reality of what I'd found. By afternoon, I'd convinced myself that returning with my mother would validate my experience. The face would still be there, and an adult would witness it, making it real beyond my own perception. As the time approached to head into the woods, anxiety knotted my stomach. Part of me feared finding nothing, making me question my sanity. But a deeper fear lurked beneath. The dread of finding the face again, of watching my mother touch it and seeing the horror I felt reflected in her eyes. At 5:30 p.m., my mother and I stood at the edge of the woods. The rain had stopped, but the ground remained soggy, mud sucking at our boots. Mom had brought a small garden trowel and flashlight, though the daylight would last for at least another hour. "Lead the way," she said, her tone gentle but tinged with the same voice she used when checking for monsters under my bed when I was 6. The woods felt different, hostile somehow, as if resentful of my return with another person. Trees that had always seemed welcoming now loomed ominously, their branches reaching toward us like gnarled fingers. I navigated carefully, trying to recreate my path from the previous day. Everything looked both familiar and strangely altered, landmarks shifted or obscured by shadows. "It was near the fallen oak," I said, more to myself than to my mother. There was a patch of orange mushrooms nearby. After 15 minutes of increasingly frustrated searching, we found the clearing with the toppled tree. The orange mushrooms were there, just as I remembered. My heartbeat accelerated as I approached the area where the face should have been. Nothing. Just ordinary forest floor, leaves, twigs, patches of moss, and loose soil. No face, no impression, no sign that anything unusual had ever been there. "This is the spot," I insisted, dropping to my knees and beginning to brush aside leaves frantically. "It was right here. I swear it was right here." My mother stood silent, watching my desperate search. Finally, she knelt beside me and put a hand on my shoulder. "The ground is very wet from the rain. Maybe whatever you saw got washed away or covered by runoff." I shook my head violently. "That's not possible. It was like integrated into the ground. Part of it." I looked up at her, pleading. "I'm not making this up." She handed me the trowel. "Let's dig a bit. Maybe there's something underneath." For the next 30 minutes, we excavated the area, first carefully, then with increasing desperation on my part. We found nothing but normal forest soil, roots, and the occasional earthworm. No evidence of anything unusual, certainly nothing resembling human remains or an art installation. As daylight began to fade, my mother gently suggested we head home. "Sometimes our minds play tricks on us," she offered, "especially in places like forests where the lighting can be tricky and there are lots of organic shapes that can look like other things." I wanted to argue, to insist on the reality of what I'd experienced, but the evidence, or lack thereof, made my position increasingly untenable. Had I hallucinated the entire thing? Was I having some kind of breakdown? Reluctantly, I followed her home, glancing back repeatedly at the unremarkable patch of ground that had upended my sense of reality. That night, dinner was even more strained than the previous evening. My mother tried to lighten the mood, suggesting that stress from school was getting to me and offering to schedule an appointment with Dr. Rivera, our family physician. "I'm not sick," I insisted, "and I'm not crazy." "I never said you were," she replied, but her eyes told a different story, concern mixed with something else. Worry about my mental state. After dinner, I retreated to my room, avoiding the stack of sketches I'd made. Instead, I pulled out my laptop and fell into a research hole, reading about pareidolia, the tendency to see faces in random objects, and various stress-induced hallucinations. None of the explanations satisfied me. They couldn't account for the tactile sensation of warm flesh, the movement of features. Whatever I'd encountered had been real. The question was, what exactly was it and why had it disappeared? I fell asleep still searching for answers, my laptop open beside me, screen illuminating my troubled face in the darkness. Days passed, melting into weeks. On the surface, I returned to normal routines, attending school, doing homework, maintaining the facade of ordinary teenage life. But internally, I remained fixated on what I'd experienced in the woods. I stopped taking my daily walks, both yearning for and dreading the forest. Instead, I channeled my obsession into research, staying late at the school library to access databases my home internet couldn't reach. I scoured archaeological journals for mentions of strange ground formations, studied geological phenomena that might explain what I'd seen, even delved into local history for stories of similar encounters. My grades began to suffer. Teachers emailed my mother about my declining participation and incomplete assignments. Friends, the few I had, stopped inviting me to weekend gatherings after I repeatedly declined, too consumed by my research to socialize. My mother watched me with increasing concern. I overheard her on the phone one night, speaking in hushed tones to my aunt. "I'm worried about him. Ever since that day in the woods, he's different. Obsessed with this face he thinks he saw. Should I take him to someone? A therapist, maybe?" The suggestion that I needed psychological help rankled, but I understood her perspective. Without evidence, my experience sounded delusional. Sometimes, in moments of clarity, I questioned my own memory. Maybe it had been a vivid hallucination triggered by stress or exhaustion. But then the dreams began. They always started the same way, me walking in the woods, following my familiar path. But instead of one face, the entire forest floor became a mosaic of faces. Hundreds of them, all with eyes closed, all breathing in unison, the ground itself rising and falling like a sleeping giant's chest. In the dream, I would kneel to touch one, and all the eyes would open simultaneously, fixing me with the same penetrating stare. I started avoiding sleep, staying up until exhaustion claimed me, then waking drenched in sweat, the echo of those watching eyes lingering in my consciousness. By the third week, I had filled 2 notebooks with theories and questions. The most compelling involved a phenomenon called earth art, installations where artists create sculptures integrated with natural landscapes. But even this explanation fell short. No artist could create something with the organic warmth and movement I'd experienced. My mother's patience wore thin as my obsession deepened. One evening, after finding me asleep amid a scattered array of printouts about geological anomalies, she confronted me directly. "This has gone far enough," she said, gathering my research papers. "You need to let this go. Whatever you think you saw, face or not, it's consuming you." "I can't just forget it," I protested, reaching for my notes. "You can, and you will," she replied firmly. "I'm calling Dr. Rivera tomorrow, and I want you to talk to someone professional about this fixation." That night, I lay awake, staring at my ceiling, torn between anger at not being believed and fear that perhaps I truly was losing my grip on reality. What if there was nothing in those woods? What if my mind had manufactured the entire experience? But as dawn approached and exhaustion finally pulled me toward sleep, a new and terrifying thought surfaced. What if the face was real, but had deliberately disappeared when I brought my mother? What if it wanted only me to see it? And what if it was waiting for me to return alone? 37 days after my initial encounter, I forced myself to return to the woods. My mother, believing my obsession had finally subsided after 2 sessions with a therapist, during which I carefully avoided mentioning the face, instead discussing general school stress, had relaxed her vigilance. The forest welcomed me with familiar scents of decomposing leaves and damp earth. Spring had fully arrived, carpeting the ground with new growth and shifting the quality of light as it filtered through fresh green canopy. I deliberately avoided the fallen oak, instead taking a different path that looped around the western edge of the woods. My senses remained hyper-alert, scanning the ground for anything unusual, my body tense with anticipation and dread. Nothing seemed amiss until I reached a small stream that divided the property, little more than a trickle most times of year, swollen slightly from recent rains. As I prepared to step across using the familiar stone crossing, something in the water caught my attention. At first, I thought it was just ripples distorting my reflection. But as I stared more intently, the water seemed to organize itself into a pattern that unmistakably resembled human features: eyes, nose, mouth, formed by the way light played across the surface and the arrangement of pebbles beneath. "Coincidence," I whispered to myself. "Pareidolia." But even as I tried to rationalize it, the water face seemed to gain definition, becoming more distinct rather than dissolving under scrutiny. And like the earth face before it, this watery visage possessed an impossible level of detail. The subtle curve of lips, the precise shape of nostrils, even the suggestion of eyelashes where water rippled against the bank. My heart hammered as I crouched for a closer look. Unlike the previous face, this one's eyes were open, not staring at me but gazing skyward, the pupils formed by particularly dark pebbles beneath the surface. Fighting against every instinct urging retreat, I reached toward the water, wondering if this apparition would also possess impossible physical properties. The moment my fingertips broke the surface, the face dissolved, water ripples destroying the perfect arrangement. But something brushed against my hand, not the expected cold current, but something soft and warm that seemed to recede from my touch. I yanked my hand back, water droplets flying. For several minutes I stared at the stream, but the face didn't reform. Just ordinary water flowing over ordinary stones. Backing away from the stream, I surveyed my surroundings with new awareness. The woods suddenly seemed alive in a way that transcended normal forest vitality. The patterns of bark on nearby trees, the arrangement of branches against the sky, the distribution of moss across fallen logs, all seemed deliberately organized, containing half-formed suggestions of faces that appeared and disappeared depending on the angle of observation. I spent hours documenting everything in my notebook, sketching patterns, recording locations. A hypothesis began to form, not about buried bodies or art installations, but something far more disturbing. The forest itself was generating these faces, as if the entire ecosystem were somehow conscious and attempting communication through familiar human patterns. The sun began to set as I made my final notes. As darkness descended, the forest's threatening aura intensified. Shadows deepened between trees, and ordinary night sounds, the rustle of nocturnal animals, the distant hoot of owls, took on sinister overtones. Making my way back toward home, I passed the fallen oak. Despite my earlier avoidance, some compulsion drew me to check the spot where I'd originally found the face. The area remained unremarkable in the fading light. Just soil and leaf litter. But as I turned to leave, the ground behind me released a soft exhalation, like a long-held breath finally released. I ran the rest of the way home. My therapist calls it a controlled exposure, returning to the source of trauma as a way of processing and moving beyond it. But there was nothing controlled about my decision to spend the night in the woods 53 days after my initial encounter. I told my mother I was staying at a friend's house to work on a school project. She seemed pleased by this sign of normalcy, this evidence that I was reconnecting with peers and focusing on academics again. The lie tasted bitter, but necessary. I packed carefully: flashlight, extra batteries, water, protein bars, sleeping bag, first aid kit. And my phone, fully charged, camera function easily accessible. This time, I would document everything. Twilight was fading into true darkness as I reached the woods. Setting up my small camp near, but not too near, the fallen oak, I prepared for a long night of observation. The forest seemed to acknowledge my presence with subtle shifts in its ambient sounds. Birds falling silent, insects intensifying their chorus, branches creaking despite the absence of wind. Hours passed. I alternated between scanning my surroundings and documenting my observations in a new notebook. Occasionally, I thought I glimpsed movement at the periphery of my vision, shadows that moved independently, arrangements of leaves that momentarily formed recognizable patterns before dissolving back into random natural debris. Around midnight, exhaustion began to claim me despite my determination to remain alert. My notes became disjointed, thoughts trailing off mid-sentence as my eyelids grew heavy. I must have dozed because the sound that jolted me awake, a wet, disturbing noise like mud being slowly displaced, seemed to come from everywhere at once. Opening my eyes, I found myself in absolute darkness. My flashlight, which I'd left on, lay dark beside me. Fumbling with the switch produced nothing. Dead batteries? Impossible. They were brand new. My phone showed the same problem, fully charged when I'd last checked, now completely unresponsive. The noise continued, growing louder, a rhythmic squelching that reminded me horribly of a mouth opening and closing in thick mud. It seemed to surround my small camp, coming from all directions simultaneously. Rising to my knees, I strained to see anything in the heavy darkness. The moon provided minimal illumination through the canopy, just enough to distinguish the silhouettes of trees against the marginally lighter sky. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly small. "Is someone there?" The squelching sound stopped immediately. The ensuing silence was more terrifying than the noise had been, a listening silence, attentive and evaluating. Then the ground beneath my sleeping bag shifted. Not like an earthquake or natural settlement, more like something large turning over beneath the surface. My entire body tensed as I felt the earth rise slightly beneath me, forming subtle contours that pressed against my legs and back. I scrambled off my sleeping bag, heart threatening to burst from my chest. Using what little moonlight filtered through the leaves, I could see that the ground where I'd been lying was changing, the surface rippling and organizing itself into unmistakable patterns. Faces. Dozens of them. Not just one isolated visage like before, but an entire section of forest floor transforming into a mosaic of human features. Men, women, various ages and expressions, all rendered in perfect detail despite being formed from nothing but soil and leaf litter. Their eyes remained closed, but their mouths moved in silent unison, opening and closing with those terrible wet sounds I'd heard earlier. Some turned their heads slightly, adjusting their positions as if seeking comfort beneath the surface. I stood frozen, unable to run, unable even to scream. My brain struggled to process what my eyes were witnessing, an impossibility made horrifyingly real. Then as one, all the eyes opened. Dozens of gazes fixed on me, pupils contracting in the dim light just as human eyes would. Some blinked, others stared unwaveringly. All possessed the same unsettling awareness, the same terrible intelligence. One face, positioned directly where my sleeping bag had been, spoke. Not in words exactly, but its mouth formed shapes that somehow translated into meaning in my mind. "We have been waiting for you to return." The voice wasn't audible in the conventional sense. Rather, it resonated directly in my thoughts, bypassing my ears entirely. The sensation was invasive, intimate in a way that felt deeply violating. "What are you?" I managed to whisper. The faces shifted, some smiling slightly, others maintaining neutral expressions. The one that had spoken replied, "We are the foundation, the witness, the memory." "Human?" I asked, though I already knew the answer was both yes and no. "Once," came the reply, "now part of something greater." Other faces began to speak, their thought voices overlapping in my mind, creating a dizzying chorus of communication. Images flashed through my consciousness, centuries of forest history compressed into seconds, generations of humans who had walked these grounds, lives and deaths witnessed by the patient earth. I glimpsed terrible knowledge in those mental transmissions, hints of what happened to those who became one with this strange consciousness. The slow dissolution of individual identity as they merged with the greater awareness that permeated the soil. Most disturbing were the glimpses of how new faces joined this collective, not through death alone, but through a gradual claiming, a persistent invitation extended to those the forest deemed receptive. Those like me, who walked alone among the trees, who felt more connection to nature than to human society. "You called to us," one face said, its features remarkably similar to my own. "Your solitude, your longing, we answered." The ground around me continued to transform, more faces emerging, the circle closing. I realized with horror that they were creating a space for me, a me-shaped depression in the earth where I would fit perfectly. "Join us," they intoned in unison. "Become foundation, become witness, become memory." The earth beneath my feet softened, beginning to pull at my boots like quicksand. Panic exploded through me, breaking the paralysis that had gripped me during this impossible exchange. I ran, feet tearing free from the grasping soil with sickening suction sounds. Behind me, a chorus of disappointed sighs rose from dozens of earthen throats. Branches whipped my face as I fled blindly through darkness, the path invisible, direction meaningless. Just away, away from those watching eyes and beckoning voices. Several times I fell, each contact with the ground bringing renewed terror that the soil would form around me, claim me. Somehow, I found the edge of the woods. Moonlight revealed the welcome sight of houses beyond the tree line. Safety, normality. human spaces where Earth stayed inanimate and soil didn't speak with borrowed faces. As I crossed that boundary, my phone suddenly chimed to life in my pocket, battery miraculous restored to full power. Notifications cascaded across the screen, missed calls from my mother, messages asking where I was, why I wasn't answering. Looking back at the dark mass of trees, I saw nothing pursuing me, just an ordinary forest on an ordinary night. But I knew what waited within, patient and persistent, what would always be waiting. And I knew, with sickening certainty, that part of me wanted to return. 3 months have passed since that night. I've moved through summer in a daze, going through the motions of normal life while carrying the weight of what I know, what I've seen and heard and felt. My mother worries less now. The therapist has officially diagnosed me with an anxiety disorder with transient stress-induced perceptual abnormalities. The medication they prescribed doesn't change what I know to be true, but it dulls the constant fear enough that I can function, can pretend to be the person I was before. I haven't returned to the woods, not physically. But in dreams, I walk beneath those trees nightly, discovering new faces in streams, tree bark, arrangements of fallen leaves. Sometimes I wake convinced that my bedroom floor is shifting beneath my bed, organizing itself into watching eyes and listening mouths. The compulsion to return grows stronger each day. An ache like homesickness, though what calls to me isn't home but its opposite, dissolution, surrendering my discrete self to become part of something vast and ancient. I've researched obsessively, searching for similar accounts throughout history. I've found fragments, myths of earth deities who claim humans, folklore about forests that consume travelers, modern disappearances in wooded areas that were never solved. The pattern seems clear now. Certain places develop a consciousness over time, an awareness that spreads through soil and root systems, that remembers and learns and eventually desires communion with the human minds that move through its domain. And once it notices you, once it recognizes your receptiveness, it never stops calling. I've taken to wearing headphones constantly, filling my ears with music or podcasts or audiobooks, anything to drown out the whispers that seem to emanate from houseplants, from the small patch of garden outside my window, from the very ground beneath the concrete foundations of our house. At night, I stuff towels along the bottom of my bedroom door to prevent soil from seeping in, a precaution my mother attributes to my contamination anxiety, but which I know is necessary. Twice I've woken to find dirt on my bedroom carpet, arranged in patterns too deliberate to be accidental. Last week I found a small face forming in my mother's garden, just the suggestion of features pressing up through the tomato bed, but unmistakable to my trained eye. I destroyed it with a garden trowel before she could see it, digging until my hands blistered and the soil showed no further signs of organization. It's following me, reaching for me, patient but persistent. Sometimes I wonder if resistance is merely postponing the inevitable. The faces in the woods spoke of witnesses and memory, of foundations and greater purpose. What if they weren't threatening me but offering transcendence? What if what waits in the soil isn't death but transformation? These thoughts terrify me most of all because they don't feel entirely like my own. They carry echoes of those thought voices that invaded my mind that night, subtle persuasion masquerading as insight. I've started recording everything, writing this account, documenting each new manifestation, creating a record that might survive whatever happens to me, because I'm increasingly certain that something will happen. The most recent development occurred yesterday. While brushing my teeth, I noticed something strange about my reflection. For just a moment, barely a second, my skin took on the texture and coloration of soil, my features resembling those earth faces from the woods. The impression vanished when I blinked, but the message was clear. The process has already begun. The forest has marked me, claimed me in some fundamental way that transcends physical proximity. Tonight, I'll reinforce my windows and doors with salt lines. A superstition, perhaps, but I'm beyond dismissing folklore as mere fantasy. I'll continue my medication, continue therapy, continue pretending that conventional treatment can address what ails me. But I know the truth, even if no one else will ever believe it. The earth is awake. It watches. It remembers. It waits. And somewhere in those woods, a space exactly my size and shape remains prepared, ready to receive me when my resistance finally breaks. a place where I will join countless others, becoming foundation, witness, memory. Another face in the earth, watching through the ages as new solitary walkers pass overhead, unaware of what stirs beneath their feet. Until one day, one of them steps exactly right, feels the giving warmth beneath their soul, and begins their own journey to understanding what waits beneath the surface of our world. I wonder if I'll still be me when that happens, or if I'll be part of the chorus that calls to them, invites them, welcomes them home. I lived in rural Florida about 10 years ago when I was 17. Our house sat on roughly 1.6 acres of property, bordered by dense woods that seemed to stretch endlessly behind our home. Back then, we lived on a narrow gravel road with just one streetlight positioned halfway up from our house. The isolation was both peaceful and unsettling, especially after sunset. Our neighborhood, if you could call it that, consisted of only 6 scattered houses. From our property, we could only see our immediate neighbors. About 500 feet up the road stood a small cabin where family friends lived as renters. The location perfectly captures that distinctly southern rural isolation, close enough to civilization to not feel completely cut off, but remote enough that help wasn't just a quick minute away. Growing up, I had always been fascinated by the paranormal. While other teenagers obsessed over sports or music, I spent countless hours researching unexplained phenomena and reading accounts of strange encounters. My mother's spiritual practices only intensified my curiosity. She practiced paganism and various forms of protective rituals. The good kind, she would always clarify whenever anyone asked. Her beliefs were rooted in protection and harmony with nature, though I never fully understood the extent of her practices until later. Our property had an unusual energy about it. The towering pines that surrounded our clearing seemed to hold secrets in their shadows, and the forest floor, carpeted with fallen needles and dried leaves, muffled sounds in a way that made the woods feel unnaturally quiet at times. During the day, these woods were my playground. By night, they transformed into something else entirely. That particular evening began like many others. It was early autumn, and the Florida heat had finally started to subside, giving way to pleasantly cool evenings. My parents, 2 older siblings, and several relatives had gathered at the cabin up the road for one of their regular get-togethers. The sounds of laughter and music drifted down to our house, muted by distance and the absorption of the surrounding trees. I stayed behind with my younger sister, who had fallen asleep on the couch while watching a movie. The living room was bathed in the flickering blue light of the television, casting strange, elongated shadows across the walls. The clock on the wall read just after 7 p.m., and darkness had fully descended outside our windows. While my sister slept, I felt restless. The house seemed too quiet, too confining. Maybe it was teenage boredom or perhaps some unconscious intuition, but something compelled me to step outside into the cool night air. I remember telling myself I was just letting our dog out to relieve himself, though in retrospect I think I was drawn outside by something I couldn't quite articulate. As I stood on our back porch, the familiar silhouettes of trees against the night sky should have been comforting. Instead, they seemed to shift and move in ways they shouldn't have. The darkness between them appeared deeper, more absolute than usual. Something felt off, though I couldn't place exactly what had changed. Little did I understand that night would permanently alter my perception of the woods I'd grown up exploring. What I encountered would challenge everything I thought I knew about the natural world and leave me questioning whether some things are better left uninvestigated. Standing on the edge of our property, I gazed into the darkness beyond our yard. The night was unusually still. No chirping crickets, no rustling leaves. Even the distant music from the cabin seemed to have momentarily paused, leaving behind a vacuum of sound that pressed against my eardrums. That's when I heard it. Movement in the woods near our bonfire clearing, about 100 feet from where I stood. The bonfire area was a spot our family used for gatherings, a circular clearing surrounded by tall pines where we'd set up chairs and roast marshmallows on weekend evenings. At first, I dismissed the sounds as wildlife. Growing up in rural Florida meant coexisting with various animals, raccoons, foxes, coyotes, and the occasional wildcat. But this sound was different. The footfalls were heavier, more deliberate than any local wildlife. Whatever moved through those woods had significant weight to it, pressing dried pine needles into the earth with each step. My instincts immediately signaled danger. The rational part of my brain tried to catalog possibilities. A large dog, perhaps, or maybe a neighbor trespassing. But we were far from any walking path, and our neighbors rarely ventured into these woods, especially after dark. The movement continued, branches snapping under substantial weight. I backed toward the corner of our house, keeping my eyes fixed on the tree line. That's when I saw them. Two pale, luminous discs floating about 6 feet above the ground at the forest's edge. They resembled eyes, but were too perfectly round, too intensely bright to belong to any animal I recognized. Those eyes, if that's what they were, seemed to emit their own light rather than reflect it. They hung in the darkness like twin moons, unblinking and fixed directly on me. Despite the distance, I felt their gaze penetrating through me, studying me with cold intelligence. For several excruciating seconds, we remained locked in this standoff, me frozen in place, the entity motionless at the tree line. The boundary where our cleared property met the woods seemed to function as some invisible barrier. The thing, whatever it was, remained just beyond that threshold, as though physically unable to cross onto our land. Then it spoke. The sound that emerged from the darkness defied natural acoustics. It was simultaneously distant and right beside my ear, hollow yet resonant, like someone speaking through an old metal pipe. The voice was rough and strained, as though forcing sound through an anatomy not designed for human speech. "I see you," it said, the words unnaturally elongated. Hearing my name spoken by that voice triggered something primal inside me. Every cell in my body screamed to run, yet I remained paralyzed by fear, my muscles locked in place. "Come here," it continued, its tone shifting to something almost persuasive. "I don't want to hurt you." Its reassurance accomplished precisely the opposite of what it intended. The unnatural quality of its voice, that grating metallic resonance, made each word feel like a physical threat. Though it remained at the tree line, I sensed its growing impatience, its desire to close the distance between us. "Here," it repeated, sharper this time, more command than invitation. The realization that this entity couldn't, or wouldn't, cross onto our property finally broke my paralysis. A rush of adrenaline flooded my system, briefly overwhelming my terror with youthful indignation. In that moment of misplaced courage, I committed what could have been a deadly mistake. I grabbed a rock from the ground, about half the size of my fist, and hurled it toward those glowing eyes. "Get out of here!" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear despite my attempt at bravery. In the darkness, I couldn't see if my projectile found its mark. But the response was immediate and terrifying. A piercing screech erupted from the tree line, a sound so unnaturally loud and high-pitched that it seemed to vibrate the air itself. Then, impossibly, the rock I had thrown moments before whizzed past my head, missing me by mere inches before disappearing into the woods behind our house. The force behind that return throw was nothing human. No person could have hurled that rock with such velocity, such precision in complete darkness. Whatever stood watching me from the tree line wasn't just trespassing, it was something I couldn't begin to comprehend. I ran for the front door, fumbling with the handle before practically falling inside. My sister had awakened, rubbing her eyes sleepily from her place on the couch. "What's wrong?" she mumbled, still half asleep. "Nothing," I managed, forcing a calm I didn't feel. "Just thought I heard something." I retreated to my bedroom, drew the curtains tight, and huddled under my blankets, listening intently for any sound that might indicate it had followed me to the house. My heart pounded so loudly in my ears that I struggled to hear anything else. All I could do was wait for my family to return, hoping the night would pass without further incident. The hours crept by with excruciating slowness. Every creak of the house settling, every whisper of wind against the windows amplified my terror. I remained hidden beneath my covers, phone clutched in my sweating palm, debating whether to call my parents. Pride and embarrassment held me back. What would I say? That something with glowing eyes had spoken my name from the woods? That it had caught and returned my thrown rock with impossible force? Even as I experienced it, the encounter seemed too outlandish to be believed. Eventually, the sounds of vehicles on our gravel driveway announced my family's return. The relief that flooded through me was nearly overwhelming. I emerged from my room on unsteady legs to find my mother in the kitchen, putting away leftovers from the gathering. Without explanation, I wrapped my arms around her and held tight. "Thank you," I whispered, "for protecting the family." She pulled back, studying my face with concern. "What do you mean? What happened?" "I don't want to talk about it," I replied, summoning a small smile. "Just, thank you." That night marked the beginning of my insomnia. Sleep refused to come as I lay staring at my ceiling, ears straining for any sound from outside. The rational part of my brain tried to explain away my experience. Maybe it was a hunter with a flashlight, perhaps the returned rock was simply my imagination. But I knew with bone-deep certainty that whatever I had encountered was neither natural nor easily explained. The next morning, I ventured cautiously to the spot where I'd thrown the rock. Daylight transformed the woods into something mundane and familiar, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The bonfire clearing showed no obvious signs of disturbance, no footprints or evidence of what I'd seen. This absence of proof only deepened my unease. If there were no traces, how could I convince myself or anyone else of what had happened? Over the following days, I developed new habits. I refused to go outside after sunset. My bedroom windows remained locked and curtained regardless of the stifling Florida heat. I invented excuses to avoid family campfires and outdoor gatherings. My parents attributed my behavioral changes to typical teenage moodiness, but my mother watched me with knowing eyes, sensing something had fundamentally shifted. A week passed without incident, and I began to wonder if that night had been some vivid hallucination, until the dreams began. Each night, I found myself standing at the edge of our property, facing those same luminous eyes in the darkness. In these dreams, the invisible barrier didn't hold. The entity would step into the clearing, its form remaining frustratingly indistinct except for those eyes and a silhouette that seemed almost but not quite human. "You threw something at me," it would say in that same unnatural voice. "Now, I'll throw something at you." I would always wake just as it raised its arm to throw, gasping and drenched in sweat, convinced I could smell pine needles and damp earth in my bedroom. My academic performance suffered as exhaustion took its toll. Dark circles appeared beneath my eyes, and my once healthy appetite disappeared. My mother finally confronted me one evening, sitting on the edge of my bed with an expression of such genuine concern that my carefully constructed defenses crumbled. "Something's out there," I whispered, the admission bringing both relief and renewed terror. "In the woods. It knows my name." Instead of dismissing my fears or offering platitudes, my mother's expression darkened with recognition. She took my hands in hers, her grip surprisingly strong. "Tell me everything," she said. "Don't leave anything out." My mother listened without interruption as I described my encounter in detail. The unnatural movement, the glowing eyes, the impossible voice, and the returned rock. When I finished, she didn't question my sanity or offer rational explanations. Instead, she nodded slowly, her eyes focused on something distant. "The property has always been protected," she said finally. "My rituals ensure that." Her confirmation of supernatural protection should have been comforting, but it only raised more questions. If our land was protected, what exactly was being kept at bay? And why was it targeting me specifically? Mom rose and went to her closet, returning with a worn, leather-bound book I'd never seen before. The spine was cracked with age, the pages yellowed and fragile as she carefully opened it. "Our family has lived with these woods for generations," she explained. "What you encountered isn't new to this land." She turned the book toward me. On the page was a detailed hand-drawn illustration dated 1932, depicting a tall, gaunt figure standing among trees. Its eyes were rendered as empty circles, giving it an unsettling, hollow appearance. The accompanying text described the Watcher in the Woods that had stalked the property's borders for as long as anyone could remember. "Your great-grandmother first documented it," Mom continued. "Every few decades, it becomes more active, testing boundaries, seeking ways to cross onto protected ground. According to family records, the entity never managed to claim anyone from our bloodline, though there were accounts of missing travelers and hunters who ventured too deep into the surrounding forest. The local indigenous people had apparently warned early settlers about the area, advising them to perform specific rituals before building homes. Those who heeded the warnings thrived. Those who dismissed them often abandoned their properties after experiencing phenomena similar to what I'd witnessed. "But why now?" I asked. "Why me?" My mother's expression grew troubled. "It's drawn to certain qualities: curiosity, emotional intensity, the threshold between childhood and adulthood. You're exactly the kind of person it finds interesting." She explained that my research into the paranormal might have inadvertently attuned me to forces most people remain blissfully unaware of. By seeking knowledge of the unknown, I had potentially made myself visible to it. "What exactly is it?" I pressed, needing to understand the threat I faced. My mother chose her words carefully. "The settlers called it many things: watcher, stalker, collector of souls. The indigenous people had their own name for it that roughly translates to the hungry one. But names have power, and it's dangerous to speak of such things too directly." She closed the book. "What matters is understanding how to stay protected. You challenged it, drew its attention more fully to you. Now we need to strengthen our defenses." That night, my mother taught me the protective rituals that had been passed down through generations of our family. We burned specific herbs, spoke ancient words in languages I didn't recognize, and placed symbolic objects at crucial points around our property. The ritual felt simultaneously primitive and profound, connecting me to ancestors who had faced the same entity centuries before. As we worked, my mother revealed more family history. Stories of close calls, of relatives who had glimpsed the entity during particularly vulnerable moments in their lives. Some had heard it mimic loved ones' voices to lure them into the woods. Others had found strange arrangements of sticks and stones on the property boundaries, apparent attempts to disrupt the protective barriers. "Remember," my mother cautioned, "it can't enter our land uninvited. It can't cross the threshold unless welcomed. But it's patient and clever, and it will use your fears and weaknesses against you." As we completed the final elements of the ritual near the tree line, I felt the weight of countless generations who had performed these same actions to keep their families safe. For the first time since my encounter, I felt a measure of control returning. Not enough to eliminate my fear, but sufficient to face another night with something resembling courage. "Will this stop the dreams?" I asked as we gathered our supplies. My mother's hesitation told me everything before she answered. "The dreams are its attempt to reach you through means that don't require physical crossing. Your mind remains your own territory to defend." That night, exhaustion finally overcame fear, and I fell into deep sleep. The entity visited my dreams as expected, but something had changed. The barrier between us remained intact, and I sensed frustration emanating from those glowing eyes as they watched me from the darkness. "Your mother can't protect you forever," it said, its voice somehow clearer in the dreamscape. "Eventually, you'll come to me." For the first time, I found my voice in the dream. "Never." The eyes narrowed, and I detected something new in its demeanor, respect perhaps, or reassessment. It hadn't expected resistance. Before the dream faded, I heard its final words. "We have time. I've waited for generations. I can wait for you." 2 weeks passed with relative calm. The dreams continued but lost their terrifying edge as I learned to recognize them as battlegrounds rather than helpless nightmares. During daylight hours, I could almost convince myself the entire experience had been exaggerated by an overactive imagination. Almost. Then came the gifts. The first appeared on our front porch one morning, a precisely arranged collection of small animal bones forming an intricate pattern. My father dismissed it as the work of local kids playing pranks, sweeping the bones away before I could examine them closely. But I recognized the deliberate placement, the unnatural symmetry that no child could have achieved. 3 days later, I found a dead fox placed at the exact spot where I had stood during my initial encounter. Its body was unmarked, showing no wounds or signs of predation, yet its eyes had been removed with surgical precision. The discovery sent me retching into the bushes while my older brother disposed of the carcass. "This isn't funny anymore," he told my parents that evening. "Someone's targeting our house." They called the sheriff, who dutifully took notes and promised to increase patrols on our road. But I knew law enforcement couldn't protect us from what lurked in those woods. The entity was escalating, growing more bold in its attempts to provoke a response, specifically from me. The following weekend, my parents insisted I accompany them to a neighbor's gathering, hoping to break my self-imposed isolation. I reluctantly agreed, finding temporary comfort in daylight and the company of others. As afternoon faded into evening, however, my anxiety mounted. By sunset, I was visibly agitated, checking my watch and suggesting we leave before darkness fully descended. My mother recognized my distress and made excuses to our hosts. As we walked toward our car, I felt eyes on me. Not the supernatural gaze from the woods, but human observation. A neighbor's son, about 20 years old, approached me while my parents chatted with other adults. "You're the kid who's been seeing things in the woods, right?" he asked without preamble. My surprise must have shown on my face because he quickly added, "Word gets around. My grandfather used to talk about something similar when I was younger." Against my better judgment, I found myself asking, "What did he say about it?" The young man, whose name was apparently forbidden to mention, glanced around before continuing in a lower voice. He called it the collector, said it gathered things that interested it, sometimes objects, sometimes animals, sometimes people. A chill washed over me despite the warm evening air. "My grandfather claimed he encountered it when he was about your age," he continued. "Said it spoke to him, tried to convince him to walk into the woods at night. He refused, but his friend didn't." He paused, looking uncomfortable. "They never found his friend." "That's just a local legend," I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. He shrugged. "Maybe. But grandfather never went into those woods again, not even during hunting season, and he made us promise the same." As we drove home in the gathering darkness, I couldn't shake the young man's words. The possibility that others had encountered the entity both validated my experience and deepened my dread. If the stories were true, this thing had been hunting in these woods for generations, and sometimes successfully. That night, I lay awake long after everyone else had gone to bed, staring at my ceiling and listening. Around 2 a.m., a soft tapping began at my window, gentle, rhythmic, almost polite. I knew without looking what would be there. The curtains remained closed, but in my mind's eye I could see those luminous orbs floating outside the glass. The tapping continued for nearly an hour, occasionally interspersed with the sound of my name being called in that horribly familiar voice. Eventually, it stopped, replaced by silence so absolute it seemed to have weight. I must have drifted off because I woke suddenly to find myself standing in our front yard, the cool grass beneath my bare feet. Moonlight illuminated the clearing enough to see that I was mere steps from the tree line. Ahead, just within the shadows of the forest, those pale eyes watched me. With horror, I realized I had sleepwalked dangerously close to crossing the boundary. The entity had nearly succeeded in luring me beyond protection while my conscious defenses were lowered. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes fixed on those glowing orbs until I reached our front door. Inside, I woke my mother in a panic, explaining what had happened. Her face paled as she realized the entity had found a new strategy. If it couldn't cross onto our property, it would try to draw me off it. "We need to take more drastic measures," she decided, her voice tight with concern. "This has gone beyond simple boundary protections." My mother spent the following day gathering supplies and consulting her books. That evening she informed the family we would be performing a more powerful ritual, one specifically designed to reveal what we faced so we could defend against it more effectively. "Knowledge is power," she explained as we gathered in the living room. "If we can see it clearly, understand what draws it to us, we gain advantage." My father, always supportive of my mother's practices despite his own skepticism, helped arrange candles in a specific pattern. My siblings looked uneasy, but participated without complaint. They had witnessed enough strange occurrences recently to take the threat seriously. As darkness fell, we began the ritual. My mother burned herbs that filled the house with sweet, earthy smoke. She spoke words in that same ancient language, her voice growing stronger with each phrase. The atmosphere in the room changed subtly. The air felt thicker, charged with potential. "Now," she instructed me, "think about your encounters. Recall every detail, the sounds, the sensations, the exact words it spoke to you." I closed my eyes and concentrated, mentally revisiting each interaction with the entity. As the memories surfaced, the candle flame suddenly stretched upward, burning with unusual intensity. "It's responding," my mother whispered. "It feels our attention." A low humming vibration filled the room, making the windows rattle slightly in their frames. The temperature dropped noticeably, our breath becoming visible in the suddenly chilled air. "What's happening?" my father asked, his customary calm faltering. My mother's expression was one of fierce concentration. "We're pulling back the veil, seeing through its disguise." The smoke from the herbs began swirling unnaturally, condensing into a vaguely humanoid shape in the center of our circle. Within this smoky silhouette, 2 points of light appeared, those same pale, luminous discs that had watched me from the woods. "Why have you come to this family?" my mother demanded, her voice commanding. The smoke figure wavered, and that now familiar voice emerged, but clearer, less strained than I had heard before. "I have always been here," it replied. "Long before your family, before any settlers. This land remembers me." "What do you want with my child?" my mother pressed. The smoke shifted, those glowing eyes turning directly toward me. "Potential, curiosity, youth, things I have lost." A sudden realization hit me. This entity wasn't necessarily malevolent in the way I had imagined. It was ancient, alienating, frightening in its otherness, but its interest in me wasn't simply predatory. It was drawn to qualities I possessed that it recognized or perhaps coveted. "Are you human?" I found myself asking. "Were you ever human?" The smoke rippled, almost like laughter. "I was, long ago, before time was measured as you measure it." My mother tensed beside me. "A human who became something else," she murmured, "through choice or circumstance." "Choice," the voice confirmed. "Always choice. As your child will have choice." The implication chilled me more deeply than any supernatural encounter. This entity believed I could, or would, become like it someday. That my fascination with the unknown might lead me down a path similar to whatever transformation it had undergone. "I don't want what you're offering," I stated firmly. The smoke figure inclined what passed for its head. "Yet, you don't want it yet, but curiosity grows, questions multiply, ordinary existence dulls. I have watched your kind for centuries. I recognize the signs." My mother stepped forward, placing herself between me and the apparition. "You will not have my child. Not through force, manipulation, or temptation. This family stands protected." The smoke began to dissipate, those glowing eyes dimming slightly. Before it fully vanished, the entity spoke one final time. "Protection doesn't last forever. Generations pass, knowledge fades. I remain." With those words, the smoke scattered, the candles extinguished simultaneously, and the temperature gradually returned to normal. We sat in stunned silence for several moments before my father switched on the lights. "Did we banish it?" my younger sister asked hopefully. My mother's expression was somber. "No, we merely understood it better, and it understood us." That night, for the first time since my initial encounter, I slept without dreaming of glowing eyes or voices from the darkness. But this absence brought no comfort. I sensed the entity had simply changed tactics once again, settling in for a longer game than I had initially realized. The revelation that our unwelcome watcher had once been human transformed my fear into something more complex. Horror remained, certainly, but now accompanied by uncomfortable curiosity. What process could change a person into such an entity? How long had it existed in this in-between state, neither fully human nor supernatural? Most disturbingly, what had it recognized in me that suggested I might follow a similar path? These questions consumed my thoughts in the days following our ritual. I delved deeper into my mother's books, searching for historical accounts that might explain the entity's origins. Among her collection, I discovered a journal dating back to the early 1800s, written by a settler who had originally claimed our land. The journal detailed the writer's encounters with local indigenous people who warned about the area's dangerous history. According to their oral traditions, a medicine man from centuries earlier had sought immortality through forbidden rituals. He achieved his goal, but at terrible cost, becoming untethered from humanity, unable to fully exist in either the physical or spiritual realm. Condemned to haunt the boundaries between worlds, he developed an obsession with those who showed similar spiritual inclinations. The account aligned disturbingly well with our experiences. The entity that watched our property wasn't some ancient evil or mythological creature. It had been a person who made catastrophic choices in pursuit of knowledge beyond natural limits. Armed with this information, I approached my mother. "It's targeting me because it thinks I'm like it was," I explained. Because I research the supernatural, because I'm drawn to understanding things beyond normal experience. She nodded slowly. That's what I feared. It recognizes something in your spirit, a kinship or potential for kinship. How do I convince it it's wrong? I asked. How do I make it understand I don't want whatever transformation it underwent? My mother considered this carefully. You must confront it directly, not in dreams or through ritual, but at the boundary where it dwells. You must reject its offer explicitly, with absolute conviction. The thought of deliberately seeking another encounter terrified me, but I recognized the necessity. This entity wouldn't simply lose interest or find another target. It had fixated on me specifically, and only direct rejection might dissuade it. We planned the confrontation meticulously. My mother strengthened the protective boundaries around our property and prepared me with specific phrases and gestures that would reinforce my rejection. The confrontation would occur at dawn, a time of transition when the entity might be more visible but less powerful than during full darkness. The appointed morning arrived clear and cool. I stood at the edge of our property as the first light of dawn filtered through the trees. My mother waited on the porch, close enough to intervene if necessary, but giving me space to face this challenge alone. As the forest gradually emerged from darkness, I sensed rather than saw the entity's approach. The air grew noticeably colder, and birds that had begun their morning songs suddenly fell silent. Then, at the precise boundary between our cleared land and the woods, the familiar glowing eyes materialized. I know what you were, I called out, my voice steadier than I expected. I know what you want from me. The entity moved closer than it had ever ventured before, its form becoming slightly more distinct in the growing light. A tall, emaciated silhouette with disproportionately long limbs and those unnatural eyes. Then you understand the opportunity, it replied, its voice less distorted than during our previous encounters. Few are offered such knowledge. I understand the cost, I countered. I've read about what you sacrificed. That's not a path I'll ever choose. The entity went still, those luminous eyes narrowing slightly. You cannot know what you might choose in time. Decades of ordinary existence, the slow decay of body and mind, the limitations of human perception. These burdens grow heavier with age. They're not burdens, I insisted. They're what make us human. Connection, change, even mortality. They give life meaning. Meaning is subjective, it responded. What meaning remains when everyone you know has returned to dust? When civilizations rise and fall before your eyes? I have witnessed more than you can imagine. And you've experienced none of it, I said, the realization crystallizing as I spoke. You watch but cannot participate. That's your punishment. Eternal observation without connection. The entity's form wavered slightly, the first indication I'd struck a nerve. I reject your interest in me, I continued, emboldened. I reject any kinship between us. I choose humanity, fully, completely with all its limitations and endings. You choose ignorance, it hissed, moving restlessly at the boundary. I choose life, I corrected. Real life, not your half-existence. The confrontation continued as the sun climbed higher, the entity becoming less distinct in the growing daylight. Its arguments grew more desperate, alternating between temptation and threats, but I remained resolute. With each rejection, its form seemed to diminish slightly, retreating incrementally toward the deeper shadows. Finally, as full morning light flooded the clearing, it spoke its parting words. Time will test your conviction. I will be watching when doubt finds you. Then it was gone, leaving only a lingering coldness that gradually dissipated in the warming air. My mother joined me, placing a protective arm around my shoulders. You did well, she said softly. But remember its final warning. This isn't a single battle won, but the beginning of vigilance. I nodded, understanding the entity might never fully abandon its interest in me. The connection had been established. I would need to reaffirm my choice periodically throughout my life. 10 years have passed since that confrontation at the edge of our property. My life progressed along predictably human paths. College, career, relationships, all the ordinary triumphs and disappointments that constitute a normal existence. I moved away from that rural Florida house, establishing my own home in a different state, deliberately choosing a place with minimal forest coverage and abundant neighbors. Yet I never completely escaped the Watcher's influence. During particularly vulnerable moments, times of significant loss, periods of existential questioning, I sometimes glimpse those luminous eyes in darkened windows or feel that distinctive coldness brushing against my consciousness. These episodes are brief and increasingly rare, but they serve as reminders that some connections, once formed, never completely dissolve. My mother continues to maintain the protective boundaries around our family home, refreshing the ancient rituals each season. She once confided that previous generations experienced similar targeted interest from the entity, suggesting it cycles through our family line, seeking potential converts every few decades. "Your grandmother faced it in her youth," she told me during a recent visit, "and her grandmother before her, always drawn to the most spiritually sensitive among us." I've maintained a journal documenting my experiences, adding to the family record that stretches back centuries. Future generations should know what watches from the woods, should understand the temptations it offers and the true nature of its existence. Knowledge remains our strongest defense, not the forbidden knowledge it promised, but practical understanding of the threat and its limitations. My research into the paranormal continues, though with greater caution and stronger boundaries. I no longer approach the subject with naive fascination, but with respectful distance. Some mysteries are better appreciated from afar, some thresholds better left uncrossed. Occasionally I wonder about the entity's origins, the human it once was, the choices that transformed it into its current state. In unguarded moments, I find myself speculating about its lonely existence, traversing the boundaries between worlds, watching life unfold but unable to participate. There exists a peculiar tragedy in its condition that occasionally evokes unwelcome sympathy. These moments of empathy concern me most, suggesting the entity correctly identified something in my nature that resembles its former self, a dangerous curiosity that could, under different circumstances, lead down similar paths. The recognition of this potential affinity serves as my most important safeguard, a constant reminder of what I might become if I pursued knowledge without ethical constraints. When I visit my childhood home, I no longer fear the forest that surrounds it. I respect its dangers but understand my power to reject what lurks within. The boundary between our property and those woods represents more than physical separation. It delineates a crucial philosophical choice between participation in human existence, with all its limitations, and the cold observation of immortality without connection. Sometimes, standing at that boundary during daylight hours, I speak aloud to the watcher I know still lingers among the trees. I describe the richness of human experience, the connections formed, the growth achieved, even the poignant beauty of transience. Whether these monologues reach their intended audience, I cannot say, but they reinforce my commitment to the path I've chosen. God alone knows what truly awaits beyond mortal existence. But I've concluded that rushing toward such knowledge through forbidden means creates something neither human nor divine. Just the hollow observer my family has contended with for generations. The entity was right about one thing: time tests conviction. Each passing year brings new questions, new awareness of mortality's approach. Yet these challenges strengthen rather than weaken my resolve. I choose the finite but fully experienced human journey over eternal shadow existence. Those glowing eyes may continue watching from forest edges and darkened corners throughout my life, but they observe someone firmly committed to remaining human, with all the wonder, connection, and yes, eventual ending that entails. In this conscious choice renewed daily, I have found freedom from fear. The Watcher remains as it has for centuries, but now serves as a reminder rather than a threat. A stark illustration of what awaits those who seek to transcend humanity through isolation rather than connection, through observation without participation, through endless duration without genuine growth. And so our strange relationship continues, the Watcher and the Watched, each making fundamentally different choices about what constitutes a meaningful existence. In that philosophical gulf between us lies the essence of what it means to embrace our humanity, limitations and all. My name is Dorian Finch, and in 2017, I took my RV up to the remote corners of Kluane National Park in the Yukon Territory. I figured that after years of crunching numbers as an accountant, a little adventure might do me some good. Always the guy behind the desk, I wanted to be the guy behind the wheel for once. The drive was long but breathtaking. Towering mountains draped in glaciers loomed over dense forests, and the air was so crisp it felt like a tonic. I parked my RV at a secluded spot near a pristine lake, the kind of place you'd see on a postcard. It was just me, the wilderness, and a stack of mystery novels I'd been meaning to read. On the second day, I met a fellow camper named Hank. A grizzled old-timer with a beard that could house a family of birds, he was full of stories about the area. "You picked a heck of a spot, Dorian," he said. "Not many folks come out this far. Keeps the riffraff out." "Well, except for us accountants seeking thrills," I quipped. He chuckled. "Just keep an eye out for the wildlife. Bears around here have a sweet tooth for city folk." We shared a laugh, and he offered me some freshly caught trout before heading back to his campsite. That night, I cooked the fish over a campfire, feeling more content than I had in years. The stars overhead were so bright they seemed to poke holes in the sky. The following morning, I decided to hike a nearby trail Hank had mentioned. It was supposedly an old trading route used by First Nations people, rarely trodden these days. Armed with a map, a compass, and my questionable sense of direction, I set off. The trail started innocently enough. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of gold. Birds called overhead, their songs echoing through the trees. I inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of pine and earth. This was exactly what I'd been craving. Pure, unadulterated nature. About an hour into the hike, I stumbled upon something unusual. A series of wooden carvings hanging from the trees. They were intricate, depicting various animals and symbols I didn't recognize. One looked like a wolf intertwined with vines. Another was a raven with outstretched wings. Local art installation? I mused aloud. Banksy, eat your heart out. But as I ventured deeper, the carvings became more frequent and more unsettling. One showed a human figure with antlers surrounded by flames. Another depicted a face with hollow eyes and an open mouth as if screaming. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the northern air. The trail narrowed, hemmed in by dense underbrush. The cheerful birdsong had faded, replaced by an oppressive silence. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I glanced at my watch. I'd been hiking for nearly 2 hours. Perhaps it was time to head back. Deciding it was best to turn around, I pivoted only to hear a rustling in the bushes behind me. Probably just a squirrel on steroids, I told myself, picking up the pace. The rustling grew louder, now accompanied by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. I glanced over my shoulder, but saw nothing. The forest seemed denser than before, the trees pressing in like silent onlookers. "Hello? Is someone there?" I called out. No response, just the wind whispering through the branches. I continued walking, my casual stroll now a hurried stride. Then I saw it, a figure darting between the trees. Too large for an animal, too swift for a casual hiker. "Okay, Dorian, time to break that personal best in the 100-meter dash," I muttered. I broke into a jog, then a run. The footsteps behind me quickened. My heart pounded in my chest like a frantic drum solo. In my haste, I tripped over an exposed root and went sprawling onto the ground. "Great, taken down by a tree's toe," I groaned. As I scrambled to my feet, a man emerged from the trees. He was tall and gaunt, wearing tattered clothes stained with dirt. And was that blood? His hair was wild, a tangled mane that framed a face etched with grime and something else. Malice. "Lost?" he asked, a crooked grin spreading across his face. "Just heading back to my campsite," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Beautiful day for a hike, isn't it?" He tilted his head, eyes narrowing. "You shouldn't be here." "Funny, I was just thinking the same thing," I said, attempting a disarming smile. He took a step closer. I noticed he was holding something. A hunting knife, its blade glinting ominously. "Folks around here don't take kindly to trespassers," he said. "Trespassing? I thought this was a national park," I replied, inching backward. "Belongs to those who respect the land," he hissed. His eyes were the most unnerving part, pale blue, almost colorless, like ice that had forgotten it was once water. They didn't blink as often as they should. His gaze traveled down to my hiking boots, then back up to my face, assessing me like a butcher sizing up a cut of meat. I decided then that conversation was overrated. Spinning on my heel, I bolted down the path. Adrenaline surged through me, and for a moment I felt like an Olympic sprinter, minus the cheering crowd and the gold medal. Behind me, I heard him give chase. His footsteps were heavy, but he was fast. Too fast. The trail forked, and without thinking, I veered left. Bad choice. The path led to a steep incline strewn with rocks. I scrambled upward, my legs burning with effort. "Can't run forever," he shouted. "Watch me," I yelled back, though I doubted the wisdom of taunting a knife-wielding maniac. My breath came in ragged gasps, the taste of copper filling my mouth. The undergrowth clawed at my clothes, branches slapped my face. I risked a glance back. He was gaining, moving with the fluid grace of someone who knew this terrain intimately. Reaching the top of the incline, I spotted a dilapidated cabin nestled among the trees. Smoke curled lazily from a makeshift chimney. Maybe someone inside could help, I thought, ignoring the warning bells clanging in my head. I sprinted toward the cabin and banged on the door. "Hello? Is anyone home? I need help." No answer. The door was ajar, and without hesitation, I pushed it open and stumbled inside. The cabin's interior hit me like a physical blow. Animal skulls adorned the walls, deer, wolf, bear, their empty eye sockets seeming to follow my movements. Pelts were stretched across wooden frames, some still wet with something. The stench of decay was overpowering, a rancid miasma that coated the back of my throat. On a wooden table lay various tools, skinning knives, bone saws, pliers, some rusty, others ominously clean. Jars filled with unidentifiable substances lined crude shelves. In one corner, a bundle of clothing lay in a heap. I noticed with rising horror that the fabric was torn and stained dark brown. "Well, this isn't the cozy cottage I was hoping for," I whispered. A quick survey of the room revealed no weapons besides the grisly tools, but I grabbed a hefty-looking fireplace poker. Footsteps approached the doorway, deliberate and unhurried. Come out, wherever you are," the man sang mockingly. I pressed myself against the wall beside the door, holding my breath. My palms were slick with sweat, heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to escape. Sweat trickled down my spine despite the chill. As he stepped inside, I swung the poker with all my might. It connected with his forearm, causing him to drop the knife. He let out a deep, rage-filled shout. Before he could recover, I darted past him, knocking over a shelf of jars. They crashed to the floor, spilling their contents, a viscous liquid that smelled of rot and something darker. "You're only making it worse for yourself," he roared. I didn't stick around for further discussion. Racing back down the trail, I aimed for a different route, hoping to throw him off. My mind was a whirlwind of fear and disbelief. "Next time, Dorian, maybe stick to beaches and pina coladas," I told myself. As I ran, the forest seemed to close in around me. Shadows stretched longer than they should have, and sounds became muffled, as if the woods themselves were conspiring with my pursuer. The air grew thick, each breath harder to draw than the last. I veered off the path, hoping to lose him in the dense underbrush. Thorns tore at my clothes, leaving stinging welts on my exposed skin. The ground dipped suddenly, and I found myself sliding down a muddy embankment, desperately grasping at roots and rocks to slow my descent. Landing hard at the bottom, I lay still for a moment, assessing the damage. Nothing broken, but my right ankle throbbed ominously. I pushed myself up, wincing at the pain that shot through my leg. The fall had taken me into a small ravine, sheltered by overhanging rock and thick vegetation. As I caught my breath, something caught my eye, a hint of unnatural color in the browns and greens of the forest floor. Limping closer, my stomach dropped. A shoe, not unlike my own hiking boot, protruded from beneath a pile of freshly turned earth and hastily gathered leaves. With trembling hands, I brushed away some of the covering. I stumbled upon a grisly sight, a shallow grave with a partially buried body. The exposed hand was pale, lifeless, the fingers curled as if still grasping for escape. The wrist bore a watch with a cracked face, stopped at 10:37. Nearby, a backpack lay ripped open, its contents strewn about, a map, a water bottle, and a journal. The journal's pages fluttered in the slight breeze, revealing neat handwriting transformed into frantic scrawls toward the end. I picked it up, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the pages. The final entry read, "I think someone's following me. Been hearing footsteps for the past hour. Probably just paranoid, but I'm heading back to camp. This place feels wrong somehow." Swallowing hard, I forced myself to keep moving. The reality of the danger was now stark and undeniable. This wasn't some territorial local trying to scare off tourists. This was something far more sinister. I tried to orient myself, to remember which direction would lead me back to my RV. The trees thinned ahead, suggesting a clearing. Hope surged through me. Perhaps I'd stumbled upon a campsite, maybe even Hank's. The trees opened up to reveal a small meadow. In the center stood a modestly sized tent, a camping chair, and the cold remains of a fire. But something was wrong. The tent flapped open, its entrance torn. The chair lay on its side, and the fire pit had been scattered, as if someone had kicked through it in a hurry. "No," I whispered, recognizing the distinctive red and gray pattern of Hank's tent. I approached cautiously, calling out his name. Silence answered. The tent was slashed to ribbons, and blood stained the ground nearby, dark, almost black against the trampled grass. A fishing rod lay broken beside the fire pit, and Hank's prized hunting knife, which he'd shown me proudly the day before, was embedded in a nearby tree trunk. "No, not Hank," I whispered. A noise behind me made me spin around. The man was there, his eyes wild, a second knife in his hand. He'd pursued me at a measured pace, confident in his knowledge of the terrain. Now he stood between me and the path back to safety, his thin lips curved in a smile that didn't reach his cold eyes. "Why are you doing this?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear and exhaustion. He grinned. "The land demands sacrifice." "Look, if it's about the trout, I can catch you another one," I said, hysteria creeping into my voice. He charged forward, swinging the blade. I dodged, but not fast enough. A searing pain shot through my arm as the knife grazed me. Warm blood trickled down to my fingertips, each drop a reminder of my mortality. In a panic, I grabbed the fallen camping chair and hurled it at him. It struck his shoulder, causing him to stumble. Seizing the moment, I sprinted toward what I hoped was the direction of my RV, which was mercifully visible through the trees. My keys were in my pocket, and I fumbled to retrieve them, nearly dropping them in my haste. The forest blurred around me as I ran, my injured ankle protesting with every step. Behind me, I could hear him crashing through the underbrush, his breathing heavy but controlled. He wasn't tiring. If anything, the chase seemed to invigorate him. Reaching the RV, I yanked the door open and jumped inside, slamming it shut just as he reached me. He pounded on the door, the window, his face a mask of fury pressed against the glass. His fist left smears of something dark, blood that wasn't his own. "There's nowhere to go," he screamed, his voice muffled by the barrier between us. "Funny, this thing's got wheels," I muttered, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered, coughed, then finally roared to life. I threw it into gear and hit the gas. The RV lurched forward, knocking him aside. In the rearview mirror, I saw him pick himself up, a look of sheer hatred etched on his face. He began to run after the vehicle, moving with inhuman speed. The road was rough, but I didn't care. Branches scraped against the sides of the RV as I barreled down the unpaved path. My hands shook, blood from the cut on my arm staining the steering wheel. The wound throbbed in time with my racing heart. The trail widened, and I pushed the accelerator harder. The RV protested, its frame not designed for this kind of treatment, but I was beyond caring about mechanical integrity. All that mattered was putting distance between myself and that walking nightmare. A glance in the side mirror showed the man still in pursuit, though falling behind now. His determination was terrifying. What kind of person chases a motor vehicle on foot with such relentless purpose? The trail curved sharply, and I nearly lost control. The RV tilted alarmingly, two wheels briefly leaving the ground before slamming back down. My head hit the ceiling, and I tasted blood where I'd bitten my tongue. Come on," I urged the vehicle, patting the dashboard like it was a reluctant horse. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the main road. The sudden transition from rutted trail to smooth asphalt was jarring. I swerved, overcorrected, then finally straightened out. The speedometer climbed as I headed toward civilization, toward normality, toward safety. My mind raced faster than the RV. What had I stumbled into? Who was that man, and how many others had he hunted through those woods? The images from the cabin flashed through my mind. The tools, the pelts, the jars. I remembered Hank's campsite, the blood staining the ground, and worst of all, that shallow grave with its pale, accusing hand. I drove straight to the nearest town, a small community called Haines Junction. The sight of buildings, of streetlights, of people going about their ordinary lives nearly undid me. I parked haphazardly outside the local police station, not caring that I took up 3 spaces. Bursting through the doors, I must have been a sight, clothes torn, face scratched, blood drying on my arm. The officer at the desk rose immediately, hand instinctively moving to his holster. "Sir, are you all right?" he asked, his voice seeming to come from very far away. "There's a man, in the woods. He tried to kill me." The words tumbled out in disjointed fragments. "He's killed others. There's a body. And Hank." The room tilted alarmingly, and I felt strong hands guiding me to a chair. Someone pressed a bottle of water into my hand, and I drank greedily, only now realizing how parched I was. An officer named Sergeant Billings listened attentively as I recounted everything in a rushing torrent of words. His weathered face grew increasingly grim as my story unfolded. "We've had reports of missing hikers in that area," he said gravely when I'd finished. "Sounds like you had a close call." They dispatched a team to investigate immediately. A paramedic cleaned and bandaged my arm while I waited, the shallow knife wound requiring 5 stitches. I provided a detailed description of the man, the cabin, and the locations of both Hank's campsite and the shallow grave I'd discovered. Hours later, Sergeant Billings returned. His expression told me everything before he spoke. "We found the cabin," he said, "but it had been set ablaze, reduced to smoldering ruins. No sign of the man or the bodies." "He's covering his tracks," I whispered. Billings nodded grimly. "But we'll find him. We've got search teams combing the area, and we've alerted Border Patrol. He won't get far." I wanted to believe him, but the memory of those cold blue eyes, so certain, so purposeful, made me doubt. That man knew those woods in a way the police never would. He was part of them somehow, as much a feature of the landscape as the trees and rocks. They put me up in a local motel for the night, posting an officer outside my door. Despite the exhaustion that pulled at my limbs, sleep eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, heard that voice. The land demands sacrifice. Days later, I learned that the man was believed to be Elias Crowther, a former wildlife guide who went off the grid years ago. Sergeant Billings showed me an old photograph, a younger, cleaner version of my attacker, but with the same unsettling eyes. "He used to be one of the best guides in the territory," Billings explained. "Knew the land better than anyone. Then he started getting strange, talking about the spirit of the wilderness and how modern visitors were desecrating sacred ground." "What happened to him?" I asked. "No one knows for sure. Rumor had it he became obsessed with ancient rituals, believing that sacrifices were needed to protect the land from outsiders. He disappeared about 5 years ago. Most folks thought he'd gone south or died in the woods." Further investigation revealed a disturbing pattern. Over the past 4 years, 7 hikers had gone missing in Kluine National Park. All were solo travelers, mostly men, typically experienced outdoorsmen who wouldn't easily get lost. The authorities had attributed the disappearances to wildlife attacks, exposure, or simply the vast, unforgiving nature of the Yukon wilderness. Now, they were reopening those cases. The search for Elias Crowther continued, but the Yukon is a vast place. Thousands of square miles of pristine wilderness where a man who knows how to survive could disappear indefinitely. They found evidence of other campsites he'd used, all similarly equipped with tools for butchery, but no sign of the man himself. After giving my official statement, there was nothing more I could do. The cut on my arm would heal, leaving a scar to remind me of my brush with death. The nightmares I suspected would take longer to fade. In the final line of the report I was shown, it stated, "Elias Crowther remains at large, driven by delusions that demand offerings to the wilderness he worships." I left the Yukon the next day, the open road ahead, and a newfound appreciation for the predictable dangers of city life. As I crossed the border back into the lower 48, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. Distance, I hoped, would dilute the terror of those hours in the woods. But sometimes, on restless nights when sleep won't come, I find myself thinking about Elias Crowther. Is he still out there, moving through the trees like a shadow? Are there new carvings hanging from branches, new shallow graves hidden beneath the forest floor? How many more unwitting sacrifices has the land demanded through his hands? I think about Hank too. His easy laugh, his generous spirit. I wonder if anyone visits his final resting place, wherever that might be. I wonder if anyone remembers him besides me. The experience changed me in ways I'm still discovering. I no longer see wilderness as benign or beautiful. There's something primitive and uncompromising about true wilderness that modern humans have forgotten. We visit it like tourists, expecting it to welcome us, to bend to our will. We forget that for most of human history, the wild was something to be feared, respected, and ultimately survived. I returned to my accounting job, finding comfort in its predictability. Numbers don't lie. They don't hunt you through the woods or hang carvings from trees as warnings. They don't demand sacrifice. But sometimes, when I'm walking through a city park and the shadows lengthen, I find myself quickening my pace. When branches scrape against my apartment window on windy nights, I lie awake, listening. And when I meet someone new and they smile, I find myself studying their eyes, looking for that particular coldness I saw in Elias Crowther's gaze. In the official reports, in the newspapers, my story was sanitized, a disturbed man attacking hikers, a narrow escape. But I know the truth was darker, older somehow. There was something in those woods that wasn't just Elias Crowther, something that had claimed him long before he tried to claim me. The final update I received from Sergeant Billings came 6 months later. They'd found another campsite, another victim, but still no sign of Crowther himself. The email ended with what I suppose was meant to be reassurance. We'll catch him eventually. Men like that make mistakes. I wasn't so sure. Some men become so entwined with the darkness they serve that they cease to be men at all. They become something else, something that doesn't make human mistakes because it has forgotten what humanity means. I never replied to that email. What could I say? That I believed Elias Crowther would never be caught? That he had become something beyond the reach of human justice, a force of nature, a dark spirit of the wilderness itself? Instead, I closed the file, deleted the email, and tried to move on. But I never returned to the outdoors, and I never will. Some sacrifices, it seems, the land does receive, even from those who escape its grasp. I never thought much about solitude until I took the assignment at Denali National Park in Alaska back in 2011. My name's Owen Mitchell, and I've been a park ranger for a few years now. The vast expanse of wilderness up here is something that both humbles and exhilarates you. There's a kind of quiet that settles into your bones, a stillness that's hard to find anywhere else. I grew up in a small town in Maine where the tallest thing around was the church steeple. The forests there were nothing compared to the endless stretches of pine and tundra in Denali. I moved here looking for a change of pace, maybe even a bit of adventure. On my days off, I'd hike trails that hadn't seen footprints in weeks, fishing rod in hand, hoping to catch dinner and a good story. Winter in Denali has a way of making you feel insignificant. The mountains loom like ancient gods, indifferent to your presence. The cold isn't just a temperature, it's an entity that hunts for any exposed skin, any weakness in your layers. Even the air feels different when you breathe it in, crisp and clean, but somehow heavy with silence. One morning in late October, I was assigned to check on some remote cabins used by researchers during the summer months. Winter was closing in, and we needed to make sure everything was secured before the heavy snows made the area inaccessible. My colleague, Laura Jenkins, was supposed to join me, but she'd called in sick with the flu. So I packed up my gear, loaded the snowmobile, and headed out alone. The ride out was smooth enough. The sky was a pale gray, the kind that makes you wonder if the sun ever truly rises here. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches weighed down by fresh snow. Occasionally, I'd spot a hare darting across the white canvas or catch the distant call of a raven. I remember thinking how beautiful it all was, in that stark, unforgiving way. The landscape seemed to stretch forever, unchanging and pristine. But there was something else that day, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. A tension in the air, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. After a couple of hours, I reached the first cabin. Everything seemed in order, windows locked, no signs of forced entry, supplies untouched. I noted it all on my checklist and moved on to the next one, about 5 miles deeper into the woods. As I approached the second cabin, something felt off. The door was ajar, swinging gently in the icy breeze. I parked the snowmobile and approached cautiously. "Hello?" "Anyone here?" I called out, half expecting a fellow ranger or maybe a lost hiker seeking shelter. There was no reply. Inside, the cabin was in disarray. Chairs were overturned, papers scattered across the floor, and a strange, musky odor permeated the air. It smelled like damp earth mixed with something metallic. I pulled out my flashlight and swept the beam across the room. Claw marks etched deep into the wooden walls caught my eye. 3 parallel lines, too wide for a bear and too deep for a wolverine. My stomach tightened. In all my years as a ranger, I'd never seen marks like these. They weren't made in panic or during a feeding frenzy. They were deliberate, almost methodical, like something marking its territory. I radioed back to the station. "This is Owen at Cabin 2. I've got signs of forced entry and possible animal activity. Over." Static was my only answer. I checked the device, tapped it a few times, but the signal was dead. "Great," I muttered. "Just great." Stepping back outside, I decided to inspect the perimeter. The snow around the cabin was disturbed, but not in any way I could easily read. The tracks were erratic, overlapping, and unlike any animal prints I'd seen before. They were large, almost oval, with what seemed like 4 toes ending in sharp indentations. Claws, maybe. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Alaskan air. As the wind picked up, it whistled through the trees, creating a sound almost like distant voices, whispering, calling. I shook my head, dismissing the thought. A joke came to mind about how I moved to the coldest place possible to avoid getting cold feet, but it fell flat even in my thoughts. The growing unease I felt wasn't something I could laugh away. Determined to finish my duty, I decided to head to the 3rd and final cabin, about 7 miles further in. If something dangerous was out here, I needed to know. The sun was already beginning its early descent, painting long shadows across the snow. I glanced once more at the strange tracks before mounting my snowmobile. As I pulled away from the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the tree line. Something that didn't want me here. Something that was waiting for me to make a mistake. The trail to the 3rd cabin was rougher, less maintained. Branches reached out like skeletal hands, scraping against my jacket as I pushed through. The snowmobile vibrated beneath me, struggling against the deepening snow. The forest seemed to close in, the trees growing denser with each passing mile. About halfway there, the snowmobile sputtered and came to a halt. I tried the ignition. Nothing. The gauge showed empty, out of fuel. "Should have checked the gauge, genius," I scolded myself, the sound of my voice oddly comforting in the silence. I weighed my options. Turning back would mean trekking several miles on foot, but pressing onto the next cabin would at least offer shelter and possibly a working radio. I grabbed my backpack, tightened the straps, and moved forward. The forest grew denser, the trees crowding together as if sharing secrets. The silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of my boots against the snow. My breath came out in white plumes, hanging in the air before dissolving into nothing. The light was fading faster than I'd anticipated. In Denali, dusk doesn't linger. Night falls like a hammer. I quickened my pace, using my flashlight to guide the way. The beam cut through the darkness, creating more shadows than it dispelled. Then, in the distance, I heard a sound. Faint, but distinct. A sort of chittering, like the murmurs of a crowd heard through a wall. I paused, straining to listen. The noise stopped. Shrugging it off as the wind, I continued. But the sound picked up again, louder this time, seeming to come from all around me. I couldn't pinpoint a direction. It was disorienting, like being in a room with speakers hidden in every corner. "Hello? Is someone out there?" My voice sounded small amidst the towering pines. No answer came, but the noise ceased once more. I felt uneasy, like I was the punchline in a joke I didn't understand. I picked up the pace, eager to reach the cabin before nightfall. The temperature was dropping rapidly. I could feel the cold seeping through my gloves, numbing my fingers. My breath came harder now, forming clouds that momentarily obscured my vision. I kept my eyes on the ground, following what appeared to be a trail, though I couldn't be sure in the diminishing light. That's when I noticed them. Tracks in the snow. The same strange prints I'd seen at the 2nd cabin, only fresher, more defined. They ran parallel to my path, sometimes crossing over it, as if whatever made them was walking alongside me, occasionally cutting in front. I stopped to examine one of the clearer impressions. In the beam of my flashlight, I could see details I'd missed before. The print was about 14 inches long, with 4 elongated toes that ended in sharp points. The middle toe was the longest, almost like a finger. There was something unsettlingly human about the arrangement, yet nothing human could leave marks like these. As I crouched there, studying the track, I heard a twig snap somewhere to my left. I straightened immediately, swinging my flashlight toward the sound. The beam caught nothing but trees and shadows. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. The forest answered with silence, but I could feel eyes on me, watching, assessing. I remembered stories the native Athabascan guides would tell sometimes, tales of creatures that lived in the deepest parts of the wilderness, things that weren't quite animal but certainly not human either. I'd always listened politely, chalking it up to folklore born from the isolation and harsh conditions of the Alaskan interior. But standing there, alone in the gathering darkness, those stories didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. As the light began to fade completely, I finally saw the outline of the third cabin. Relief washed over me. The structure looked intact. Smoke even wafted gently from the chimney. Maybe someone's home, I thought, quickening my stride. I approached the cabin cautiously, noting that the strange tracks seemed to circle the structure, never approaching closer than about 20 feet. It was as if whatever made them was afraid to get too near, or was deliberately staying back, watching. I knocked on the door. "Anyone in there? This is Ranger Owen Mitchell." Silence. I tried the handle. It turned easily. Stepping inside, warmth greeted me, along with the comforting crackle of a fire. But the cabin appeared empty. A pot of something aromatic simmered over the hearth. On the table sat a mug of steaming tea. The whole scene was unsettling, like arriving late to a party where everyone had just stepped out. "Hello?" I called again, more cautiously. My flashlight beam swept across the room, revealing standard research equipment. A weather station readout, notebooks, a satellite phone that looked damaged. Everything seemed peaceful, ordinary even, except for one thing. On the wall opposite the door were the same 3-lined claw marks I'd seen at the second cabin, fresh enough that sap still oozed from the gouges in the wood. Then I saw it, a notebook lying open on the desk, pages filled with hurried handwriting. Curiosity got the better of me. I approached and began to read. The notebook was filled with the kind of handwriting that comes from someone writing in haste. Slanted, pressed hard into the paper, some words nearly illegible. I flipped through the first few pages, which contained ordinary research notes on wildlife migration patterns. But around page 15, the tone changed dramatically. Day 11. We've barricaded the doors and windows. Food supplies are low. The radio isn't working. Sarah is starting to panic. I flipped to the next entry. Day 12. The creature is more intelligent than we thought. It watches, studies. Last night it mimicked Jacob's voice. We almost opened the door. A cold knot formed in my stomach. This wasn't a research team I was aware of, and their observations didn't match any known predator behavior in the area. I turned another page. Day 13. If you're reading this, we didn't make it. The creature can imitate sounds, perhaps even voices. Do not trust anything you hear outside. Do not go into the woods at night. The last entry was dated just 2 days ago. I looked around the cabin with new eyes, noting details I'd missed before. The chair pushed against the door handle, the window sealed with duct tape, the emergency flares lined up on the counter, ready for use. Just then, a soft knock came at the door. I froze. "Owen, is that you?" A woman's voice called out. Laura's voice. My mind raced. Laura was sick back at the station, over 30 miles away. There was no way she could be here. "Owen, please open the door. I need help." I backed away, heart pounding. The door rattled as the knocking grew more insistent. "Let me in. It's cold out here." I glanced around for a weapon, anything. Grabbing a fireplace poker, I positioned myself near the back of the cabin. The door handle twisted slowly. I watched in horror as it opened, revealing not Laura, but something else entirely. It stood upright like a human, but was covered in coarse, matted fur. Its face was elongated, resembling that of a hyena, but with patches of bare skin stretched tight over protruding bones. Sharp teeth glinted as it pulled back cracked lips into a grotesque approximation of a smile. It stepped inside, moving with an unnatural grace. The creature tilted its head, eyes reflecting the firelight with a predatory gleam. "Stay back!" I shouted, brandishing the poker. It opened its mouth, and Laura's voice came out. "Owen, it's me. Don't you recognize me?" The voice was perfect. The same slight Virginia accent, the same way she'd say my name with the emphasis on the first syllable. But it came from this thing, this monstrosity that was certainly not Laura. A twisted sense of anger bubbled up. "That's not funny." The creature took another step forward. Without thinking, I swung the poker. It connected with a dull thud against the creature's arm. It let out a sound, a mix between a laugh and a snarl that sent a shiver down my spine. It lunged at me, and we both fell to the floor. Its claws tore at my jacket, narrowly missing flesh. The stench of its breath was overpowering, a foul mix of decay and damp earth. I kicked upwards, pushing it off me. Scrambling to my feet, I made a dash for the door. The creature was fast, but the cluttered cabin slowed it down. Bursting outside, I ran blindly into the woods. Behind me, the creature gave chase, crashing through the underbrush. The fading light made it difficult to see, but I didn't dare slow down. Branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me with every step. I could hear it gaining on me, its breathing a ragged wheeze that seemed to echo from multiple directions at once. The forest itself seemed alive, conspiring against me, branches reaching out to snag my clothing, roots rising to catch my feet. Ahead, I spotted a narrow ravine. Without time to think, I leaped across, barely making it to the other side. I heard the creature skid to a halt behind me. For a moment, there was silence. Then it began to mimic again. This time, it was my own voice. "Help! Somebody help me!" The effect was unnerving. Hearing my own pleas echoed back at me almost made me stop, but I pressed on. The creature let out a frustrated howl, then began to pace along the edge of the ravine, searching for a way across. I took the opportunity to put more distance between us, diving deeper into the forest. The darkness was almost complete now, but the moon provided just enough light to navigate by. My lungs burned, each breath a struggle in the cold air. After what felt like hours, I emerged into a clearing. Moonlight illuminated an old maintenance shed we hadn't used in years. I ducked inside, bolting the door behind me. The shed was small, filled with rusted tools and old equipment. I searched frantically for anything useful. In the corner, I found a flare gun with one shot left. Not much of a weapon, but better than nothing. A scratching sound came from the door. Then the creature spoke in another voice, my father's, whom I hadn't seen in years. "Son, open up. It's okay." My hands shook as I loaded the flare gun. "You're not real," I whispered. The door creaked as the creature began to force its way in. Wooden splinters flew as its claws tore through. As it squeezed through the gap, I fired the flare gun. The bright light hit the creature square in the chest, igniting its fur. It let out a shriek unlike anything I'd ever heard, thrashing wildly as flames consumed it. Seizing the moment, I kicked open a loose plank on the side of the shed and slipped out. The creature was distracted, giving me a precious few minutes to put distance between us. I stumbled upon an old service trail and followed it until I saw headlights in the distance. A park maintenance truck was idling, 2 rangers inside finishing up their rounds. Waving my arms, I shouted, "Hey, over here!" They saw me and pulled up. "Oh, and what the hell happened to you?" One of them, Mark asked, eyes wide. I must have been a sight, clothes torn, face scratched, eyes wild with fear. But I was alive, and at that moment, nothing else mattered. The ride back to the ranger station was a blur. Mark and his partner Dave tried to get me to explain what happened, but I couldn't find the words. How do you tell someone you were attacked by a creature that shouldn't exist? That it could mimic voices with perfect accuracy? That it had intelligence behind its predatory eyes? "There's something out here," I finally managed to say. "We need to get back to the station now." They didn't ask any more questions, sensing the urgency in my voice. As we drove away, I glanced back toward the tree line. For a brief moment, I thought I saw a pair of eyes reflecting in the darkness, but it could have been a trick of the light. Back at the station, I reported everything to Chief Ranger Hollister, a veteran who'd been working in Denali for over 20 years. He listened without interruption, his weathered face giving nothing away. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and sighed. Owen, you know how this sounds, right? I know exactly how it sounds, I said, my voice steady despite the tremor I felt inside. But I know what I saw. Hollister nodded slowly. We'll send a team out first thing tomorrow to check the cabins and look for this creature. He chose his words carefully. In the meantime, get some rest. You've had a hell of a day. I couldn't argue with that. My body ached, and exhaustion was setting in now that the adrenaline had worn off. But sleep seemed impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing standing in the doorway, speaking with Laura's voice. The next morning, a search team was dispatched, 6 rangers, including Mark and Dave, all armed and equipped with radios and emergency flares. I wanted to go with them, but Hollister insisted I stay behind. You need to recover, he said, but I could tell he was worried about my state of mind. They returned late that afternoon. They'd found the second cabin just as I described. Furniture overturned, claw marks on the walls. But the third cabin was empty. No pot on the stove, no steaming mug, no notebook. And the shed I'd taken refuge in was burned to the ground, the fire attributed to a faulty propane tank that had been stored inside. As for tracks, they found plenty. Moose, wolf, even a bear that had wandered through recently. But nothing matching my description of the creature's prints. The snow had been disturbed in places, but a light snowfall overnight had obscured much of the evidence. Officially, it was written off as a bear attack, with my more fantastical observations attributed to hypothermia and shock. Unofficially, those of us who knew kept a wary eye on the woods. A week later, a group of hikers went missing in the same area. Their bodies were found days later, showing signs of an animal attack, though the details didn't add up. The patterns were too erratic, the injuries unlike those from any known predator. The park was temporarily closed for investigation. Wildlife specialists were brought in from Anchorage and even as far as Seattle, but no definitive answers emerged. They talked about unusual wolf behavior, possibly a rabid bear, or even a wolverine protecting its territory. None of those explanations satisfied me. During this time, I did some research of my own. I spoke with local Athabascan elders about the legends they'd grown up with. One story in particular caught my attention. The tale of the Nalugwijut, a creature that could change its voice to lure hunters away from their camps. It is very old, one elder told me, his eyes distant as if looking back through countless winters. Older than the mountains, perhaps. It sleeps for many years, then awakens hungry. How do you stop it? I asked. He smiled sadly. You don't. You recognize its tricks and stay away. It is not evil, not as you understand it. It is like the winter, harsh, deadly, but part of this land. I also discovered that the research team whose notebook I'd found had never officially existed. According to park records, no team had been assigned to that cabin this season. When I mentioned the names from the notebook, Sarah and Jacob, Hollister looked at me strangely. Owen, Sarah Matthews was a researcher who worked here 5 years ago. She disappeared during a solo expedition. Jacob Chen was her colleague who went looking for her. He never came back either. A chill ran down my spine. That's impossible. The notebook entry was dated 2 days before I found it. Hollister shook his head. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe someone's playing a sick joke. But I knew it wasn't a joke. Something was out there, something that had been hunting in these woods for a very long time. As for Laura, she recovered from her flu and returned to duty. When I told her about the creature using her voice, she laughed it off, but I could see the uneasiness in her eyes. She started taking a different route on her patrols, avoiding the area where I'd had my encounter. Sometimes, late at night when the wind howled around the station, I'd catch her listening intently, as if trying to distinguish between the natural sounds of the wilderness and something else, something that might be calling her name. As for me, I took some time off. The wilderness that once felt like home now seemed alien, every rustling leaf a potential threat. The doctors called it acute stress reaction, a fancy term for being scared out of your wits. But I knew it was more than that. I'd glimpsed something that existed in the narrow space between legend and reality, and it had changed me. Before I left, I installed additional warning signs around the perimeter of that section of the park. One of the maintenance guys laughed, saying I was being overly cautious. Better safe than sorry, I replied with a half smile. As I packed up my truck to leave, Mark approached me. Heading out? Just for a bit. I said, securing the last of my bags. Take care of yourself, Owen. We'll hold down the fort. I nodded. Keep an eye out, okay? He gave me a curious look but didn't press further. Of all my colleagues, Mark came the closest to believing my story. He'd been the one to find the most unusual evidence, a tuft of coarse fur caught on a tree branch near the burned shed. The lab results came back inconclusive, the sample contaminated or degraded, they said. I spent a month with my sister in Oregon, where the forests were different, younger, more domesticated somehow. At night, I'd wake up drenched in sweat, the echo of that creature's mimicry still ringing in my ears. But gradually, the nightmares became less frequent, the memories less vivid. By the time December rolled around, I felt ready to return. Denali in winter is a different beast altogether. Harsher, more isolated, but also more honest. There's no pretense in 40 below zero. It tells you exactly what it is and what it can do to you. Hollister welcomed me back without fanfare, assigning me to maintenance duty at the main visitor center, well away from the remote cabins where I'd had my encounter. I was grateful for the mundane work and the company of other rangers, but I couldn't stay away forever. One clear February day, I volunteered for a supply run to the weather station just outside the area where the creature had been. Hollister hesitated but eventually agreed, on the condition that I take another ranger with me. Laura volunteered, surprising everyone, including herself, it seemed. Someone's got to keep you out of trouble, she said with forced lightness. The trip out was uneventful. The snow lay deep and undisturbed, the sky a brilliant blue that seemed to go on forever. We made good time, delivered the supplies, and were heading back by early afternoon. As we approached the area where I'd first seen the strange tracks, Laura slowed her snowmobile. Let's take a different route, she said over the radio. I nodded, relieved that she'd suggested it first. We veered west, adding an hour to our journey but giving the area a wide berth. As we traveled, I noticed Laura kept looking over her shoulder, scanning the tree line behind us. You see something? I asked when we stopped to refuel. She hesitated. No, just being careful. But there was something in her eyes, a recognition that told me she'd experienced something too, something she wasn't ready to talk about. On our way back, we passed one of my warning signs, now half buried in snow. Laura brushed it off, reading the words aloud. Danger, do not proceed alone. Report any unusual activity. Do you think it's still out there? She asked quietly. I looked toward the distant mountains, their peaks catching the last rays of the setting sun. Yes, I said simply. I think it's always been out there. She nodded slowly. I believe you, about what happened. I turned to her, surprised. Why? You weren't there? 2 weeks ago, I was doing a solo patrol near the edge of the restricted area, she said, her voice low as if she was afraid of being overheard. I heard someone call my name. It sounded like you, but I knew you were at the station that day. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. What did you do? I got the hell out of there, she said with a weak smile. Didn't even look back. But I've been thinking about what you said, about it mimicking voices. Makes me wonder how many people it's lured into the deep woods over the years. We finished our journey in silence, both lost in our own thoughts. Back at the station, life went on. The park reopened fully by spring, the mysterious deaths attributed to an unusually aggressive wolf that had since moved on or been killed by hunters. Most people accepted the explanation, eager to put the troubling events behind them. As for the creature, there were no more confirmed sightings, though rumors persisted. A backpacker claimed to have heard his girlfriend calling for help, only to find her safely asleep in their tent. A pilot reported seeing something large and bipedal moving through a clearing, too big to be a bear, too fast to be a moose. Driving away from Denali that spring for a much-needed vacation, I couldn't shake the feeling that something old and cunning was out there, something that didn't appreciate uninvited guests. The park remains one of the most beautiful places I've ever known, but beauty often hides secrets best left undisturbed. Sometimes when the wind blows a certain way, I think I can hear whispering, voices calling from the wilderness, trying to sound like someone I know. And I wonder how many others have heard those calls and followed them into the dark, never to return. I still work in Denali. I couldn't stay away if I tried. But I'm more cautious now, more aware of the thin line between the world we know and the one we don't. And I never, ever go into the deep woods alone. The wilderness is vast and ancient, and we are just visitors here, tolerated but not truly welcome. There are places where humanity's foothold is tenuous at best, places where other things have held dominion since long before we arrived. And sometimes, in the quiet of the night, those things remind us of our place in the natural order. They whisper our names, in voices we trust, and wait for us to answer. The summer of 2019 was supposed to be like any other. Instead, it became the season that would haunt my dreams for years to come. I was 15 when my parents decided I would benefit from a return to Whispering Pines Equestrian Camp, a place I had visited for the past 4 summers. Their reasoning was simple. I needed structure and fresh air, not endless days playing video games in our basement. "You'll thank us later," Mom said as she packed my duffel bag, stuffing in the worn riding boots I'd outgrown emotionally if not physically. "Besides, you've always loved Whispering Pines." She wasn't wrong. I had loved it. Past tense. But something about returning that year felt different. A reluctance I couldn't articulate settled into my bones as we drove down the winding road toward the camp entrance. The tall pines that gave the place its name seemed to bend toward our car, their shadows longer and darker than I remembered. Whispering Pines sat nestled in a valley, surrounded by dense forest and rolling hills about 3 hours from the nearest major city. The main lodge was a sprawling timber structure built in the 1950s, with smaller cabins scattered throughout the property. The horse stables were my favorite part. Clean, well-maintained barns that housed 30 horses of various breeds and temperaments. As our car pulled through the wooden archway marking the entrance, I noticed the camp sign had weathered considerably since last summer. The once bright paint was peeling, and one of the carved pine trees had split down the middle. "Looks like they need to do some maintenance," Dad commented, eyeing the sign. The camp director, Mrs. Winters, greeted us with the same enthusiastic wave she'd given for years. Her silver hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and despite her 60-something years, she moved with the energy of someone half her age. "Welcome back," she called, clipboard in hand. "We've got you in Pinecrest Cabin this year. You're one of our senior campers now, so you'll be helping with the younger ones occasionally." I nodded, trying to match her enthusiasm and failing miserably. The air felt heavy, almost oppressive, despite the clear blue sky overhead. As my parents drove away, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. I turned slowly, scanning the tree line, but saw nothing except the gentle sway of pine needles in the afternoon breeze. Pinecrest Cabin was one of the older structures, positioned at the edge of the clearing, closer to the forest than I would have preferred. The wooden walls had darkened with age, and the roof was partially covered with a blue tarp where leaks had been hastily repaired. Inside, the floorboards creaked with every step, and the scent of mildew hung in the air despite the open windows. 3 cots lined each wall, though only 4 would be occupied according to the roster taped to the door. I claimed the bed farthest from the entrance, setting my duffel on the worn mattress. Within the hour, my cabin mates arrived. 2 younger girls, Bonnie and Cassidy, both around 11, claimed beds opposite mine, chattering excitedly about which horses they hoped to ride. The 4th camper was a quiet girl named Rita, closer to my age, who offered a small wave before settling onto the remaining bed. "Have you been here before?" Rita asked, carefully arranging her belongings in the small trunk beside her cot. 4 years, I replied. "You?" "First time." She glanced toward the window, her expression unreadable. My parents thought it would be good for my anxiety, being around animals, nature, all that. Something in her tone made me pause. "You don't seem convinced." Rita shrugged. "I don't know. Something feels off about this place. Maybe it's just me." I wanted to tell her I felt it too. That strange sensation of wrongness that had settled over me the moment we'd arrived. But instead, I just nodded and continued unpacking. No point in scaring her on the first day. That night, during the welcome campfire, I found myself studying the other campers and counselors. There were about 50 of us in total, mostly girls between 10 and 16, with a handful of male campers among the older groups. The counselors were college-aged, enthusiastic, but clearly tired from preparation week. As Mrs. Winters went through the camp rules and schedule, I felt my attention drifting toward the darkness beyond our circle of light. The fire cast long shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources, stretching toward the woods like grasping fingers. For a moment, just a brief, terrifying moment, I thought I saw something move between the trees. A figure, unnaturally tall and thin, weaving between the pines. I blinked, and it was gone, leaving me to wonder if it had been there at all. Morning brought temporary relief from the uneasiness that had plagued me since arrival. Sunlight filtered through the cabin windows, casting warm patterns across the wooden floor. I had slept fitfully, waking several times to unfamiliar sounds, the rustling of leaves, distant snaps of twigs, and once, what sounded like scratching along the cabin wall. Breakfast was served in the main lodge, a chaotic affair of pancakes and excited chatter as campers discussed their activity preferences. I picked at my food, unable to shake the feeling of dread that had settled in my stomach overnight. "You're assigned to Snowfall," Mrs. Winters informed me as she handed out the horse assignments. "She's new this year, but the staff thinks she'll be a good match for your experience level." I felt a twinge of disappointment. I'd hoped to be paired with Misty, the dapple gray mare I'd ridden the previous summer. "What happened to Misty?" Mrs. Winters' smile faltered slightly. "She became difficult to handle this spring. We relocated her to a therapy program more suited to her needs." Something about her hesitation made me wonder if there was more to the story, but I didn't press further. The stables were a 10-minute walk from the main camp area, a sprawling wooden structure with 2 long rows of stalls. The familiar scents of hay, leather, and horses greeted me as I entered, bringing a momentary comfort that quickly dissipated when I reached Snowfall's stall. The white Arabian mare was beautiful, with delicate features and alert eyes. But unlike the other horses who were calmly eating or dozing in their stalls, Snowfall stood rigidly in the center of her space, ears pricked forward, muscles tensed as if ready to bolt. "She's still adjusting," explained Reggie, the head wrangler, a man in his early 30s with sun-weathered skin and calloused hands. "Gentle introduction is key. Just spend today getting to know each other." I nodded, carefully entering the stall with a curry comb in hand. Snowfall's eyes tracked my every movement, her nostrils flaring as she assessed me. "Hey there, beautiful," I murmured, extending my hand slowly. "We're going to be friends, okay?" After several minutes, Snowfall allowed me to approach, tentatively accepting my touch. As I brushed her coat, I spoke softly, telling her about previous summers at camp, about school, about nothing in particular. The rhythm of grooming calmed both of us, and I began to think Mrs. Winters had made a good match after all. Until I heard it, a faint but distinct tapping sound coming from the barn wall behind us. Tap. 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 Snowfall heard it too. Her ears swiveled backward and tension returned to her body. The tapping continued, slow and deliberate, moving along the wall as if someone or something was walking the perimeter of the barn, dragging fingers along the wooden planks. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. "Reggie?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly unsteady. "Is someone working on the barn?" No answer came. I realized that while I'd been focused on grooming Snowfall, the other campers and staff had departed for a demonstration in the riding ring. We were alone. The tapping stopped directly behind Snowfall's stall, replaced by what sounded like soft, labored breathing. Snowfall's reaction was immediate and terrifying. She reared up, nearly striking me with her hooves, then backed against the far wall of the stall, eyes rolling to show the whites. I scrambled out of the stall, heart pounding as I secured the latch. The breathing sound ceased, followed by a heavy silence that seemed more threatening than any noise. Gathering my courage, I walked slowly around the exterior of the barn, expecting to find another camper playing a prank. There was no one there. No footprints in the soft dirt around the barn, no evidence that anyone had been circling the structure. Yet when I returned to Snowfall, she remained agitated, refusing to calm despite my best efforts. That night at dinner, I asked casually if anyone else had been at the stables during morning activities. "Everyone was at the riding demonstration," Rita confirmed, picking at her mashed potatoes. "Why?" I hesitated, unwilling to sound foolish. "No reason, just thought I heard someone." Rita studied me for a moment, then leaned closer. "I heard something too last night, outside our cabin, like someone pacing back and forth." Probably a deer, offered Bonnie confidently. They come right up to the cabin sometimes. Maybe, Rita said, but her expression suggested she believed otherwise. That night, I lay awake long after the others had fallen asleep, listening to the sounds of the forest. The usual symphony of crickets and occasional hoots of owls should have been comforting, familiar. Instead, I found myself straining to hear anything abnormal, any indication that whatever had disturbed Snowfall was now prowling around our cabin. Just as exhaustion began to pull me towards sleep, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound just outside our window. Tap, tap, tap. Days at Whispering Pines followed a predictable pattern. Breakfast at 7:30, morning riding lessons until lunch, afternoon activities ranging from swimming to crafts, dinner at 6 o'clock, and evening programs until the 9:30 lights out. This structure should have been reassuring, but as the first week progressed, small disruptions began to accumulate like shadows lengthening at dusk. Snowfall remained skittish, though she gradually accepted me as her rider. During our third morning together, as I led her from the stall to the tacking area, she suddenly halted, refusing to move forward despite gentle encouragement. "Come on, girl," I urged, tugging lightly on her lead rope. "What's wrong?" Her gaze was fixed on the dark corner of the barn where the tack room connected to the main structure. Though I saw nothing unusual, her fear was palpable, communicated through her trembling muscles and rapid breathing. After several minutes of coaxing, Snowfall finally moved forward, though she gave the corner a wide berth. As we passed, I felt a noticeable temperature drop, as if walking through a pocket of winter air despite the summer heat. Later that day, during the afternoon swim session at the small lake that bordered the western edge of camp, I overheard two counselors talking in hushed tones. "Third time this week," one was saying, a tall woman named Irene who supervised the waterfront. "Mrs. Winters says it's just vandals, but I don't know." "The perimeter fence is intact," replied the other, a younger counselor whose name I couldn't recall. "And those markings don't look like typical graffiti." They noticed me floating nearby and immediately changed the subject, switching to an overly cheerful discussion of the upcoming talent show. Their abrupt transition only heightened my curiosity and concern. That evening, I volunteered to help the kitchen staff with cleanup after dinner, hoping to glean more information from the adult conversations. As I stacked plates, the cook, a sturdy woman in her 50s everyone called Aunt Judy, was discussing maintenance issues with the groundskeeper. "Another door found open this morning," the groundskeeper said, shaking his head. "Storage shed near the North Trail. I know I locked it yesterday." "Animals can't work latches," Aunt Judy replied, lowering her voice. "And those scratches on the inside—" "Kids playing pranks," he interrupted firmly, noticing me nearby. "Nothing to worry about." But I had heard enough to add to my growing sense of unease. Something was happening at Whispering Pines, something the staff was trying to minimize or conceal from campers. That night, as we prepared for bed in our cabin, Cassidy complained about losing her favorite hair ribbon. "I left it right on my trunk," she insisted, searching through her belongings for the third time. "The blue one my grandmother gave me." "Maybe it fell behind your bed?" I suggested, helping her look. "No, I've checked everywhere." Frustration colored her voice as she flopped onto her mattress. "It's just gone." Small items had been disappearing throughout the camp. Hair accessories, a watch, a counselor's whistle, a pocket knife belonging to one of the male campers. Each instance was dismissed as carelessness or forgetfulness, but the pattern was becoming difficult to ignore. As the night deepened and my cabin mates fell asleep, I found myself once again listening to the sounds outside. The usual forest noises seemed muted, as if the wildlife was deliberately quieter than normal. In that unnatural silence, I thought I heard soft footsteps circling our cabin. Not the heavy tread of a human, but something lighter, almost delicate, like fingertips walking across the ground. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around my shoulders, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination fueled by camp ghost stories and coincidences. But deep down, I knew something was watching our cabin, waiting for reasons I couldn't comprehend. The next morning, I woke before the others and stepped onto the cabin's small porch to watch the sunrise. The early light revealed something that sent ice through my veins. A neat arrangement of small objects placed on the bottom step. A blue hair ribbon, a silver whistle, a wristwatch with a cracked face, and other items I recognized as those reported missing. They were arranged in a perfect circle, like offerings at a shrine. I quickly gathered them up before the others could see, stuffing them into my pocket. Later, I discreetly returned each item to its owner, claiming I'd found them scattered near the main lodge. The relief on their faces was evident, but no one questioned how the items had ended up there, or why they'd been returned so mysteriously. No one except Rita, who cornered me after breakfast. "You didn't find those things by the lodge, did you?" Her voice was quiet but insistent. I hesitated, then shook my head. "They were on our cabin steps this morning, arranged in a circle." Rita's face paled. "I saw something last night through the window. I thought I was dreaming, but..." She swallowed hard. "There was someone, or something, outside our cabin. It was tall, so tall and thin. It moved wrong, like its joints bent in places they shouldn't. The description matched the fleeting glimpse I'd caught at the campfire. Did you tell anyone? Who would believe me?" Rita looked around to ensure no one was listening. "But that's not all. When it was at our window, I heard it speaking. Not words exactly, more like whispers, like it was calling to us. A counselor called for us to join our activity groups, cutting our conversation short. As I headed toward the stables, Rita grabbed my arm. "Be careful," she warned. "I think it's getting bolder." A week into camp, the incidents had increased in both frequency and intensity. The atmosphere at Whispering Pines had shifted. Even the most oblivious campers seemed aware that something wasn't right. Counselors traveled in pairs, walkie-talkies constantly in hand. 2 additional security lights had been installed near the barn, their harsh glow cutting through the darkness, but somehow making the shadows beyond seem even darker. During Thursday's evening activity, a nature identification walk, our group discovered strange markings on several trees along the trail. Long, vertical scratches ran up the trunks, too high and too uniform to be from any local wildlife. "Mountain lion," declared our guide unconvincingly, hurrying us past. "Let's move along, everyone." I lingered, studying the marks. They weren't random animal claws, but deliberate patterns. 3 parallel lines repeated at consistent intervals up the trunk, as if something had been climbing, or marking territory. That night I struggled to fall asleep despite the exhaustion weighing on my limbs. Rita's breathing was uneven in the bed beside mine. She was awake too, though we didn't speak. Across the room, Bonnie and Cassidy slept peacefully, their young faces relaxed in the dim glow of the night light we'd started keeping on. Just past midnight, according to the watch I now kept under my pillow, I heard it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps on our cabin porch. Not the random scurrying of an animal, but deliberate, measured steps. Tap, pause, tap, pause. The door handle turned slowly, metal scraping against metal. I'd made sure to lock it before bed, an extra precaution I'd started taking without explaining to my cabin mates. The handle jiggled, testing the lock, then stopped. For a moment, silence resumed, and I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the sounds. Then came a new noise, soft scratching along the cabin wall, moving toward the window near my bed. Rita's sharp intake of breath told me she heard it too. The scratching circled the entire cabin, a methodical perimeter check. When it reached the window by my bed, it stopped. Against every instinct screaming for me to hide under the covers, I turned my head toward the glass. A face stared back at me. In the dim light, I could make out only the barest features, a gaunt, elongated face with hollow cheeks and deep-set eyes that reflected the nightlight with an unnatural gleam. It wasn't a mask or an animal, but something horrifyingly between, human enough to recognize as a face, but wrong in proportions and expression. I froze, unable to scream or move as those eyes locked with mine. The face remained motionless for several long seconds, then tilted in an unsettlingly fluid motion, as if studying me. A hand pressed against the glass, long, thin fingers with too many joints, nails that looked more like curved talons. "Do you see it?" Rita whispered, her voice barely audible. I couldn't respond, couldn't break the gaze of this creature. Its mouth opened slightly, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous and too sharp. The window began to rattle as the creature applied pressure, testing the strength of the glass. The old wooden frame creaked ominously, and I knew with terrible certainty that it wouldn't hold if the entity decided to force its way in. Just as the pressure increased to the point where I expected to hear breaking glass, a distant sound broke the standoff. the night security guard's ATV making its rounds. The creature's head snapped toward the noise, then back to me. Its mouth stretched into what might have been a smile but contained no warmth or humor, just a predatory promise of return. In a movement too quick to follow, it vanished from the window. No retreating footsteps, no rustling of underbrush, just sudden absence. Rita and I remained frozen for several minutes, neither of us willing to approach the window to confirm the creature was truly gone. Finally, I found my voice. "We need to tell someone." Rita nodded, her face pale in the dim light. "Who would believe us?" "Mrs. Winters, the security guard. Anyone." My voice shook with the remnants of terror. "That thing was trying to get in." "What was it?" Rita whispered. "It looked... God, I don't even know how to describe it." "It's been watching us," I said, pieces falling into place. "The missing items, the sounds at the barn, the scratches on the trees. It's been here the whole time, watching and... waiting. For what?" I had no answer, only the chilling certainty that we'd been marked in some way, selected for reasons beyond our understanding. We spent the remainder of the night huddled on Rita's bed, backs against the wall, taking turns keeping watch until dawn lightened the sky. Bonnie and Cassidy slept through it all, blissfully unaware of our night visitor. At breakfast, Rita and I must have looked as terrible as we felt. Dark circles shadowed our eyes, and we jumped at every unexpected noise. We debated how to approach Mrs. Winters with our experience, knowing how it would sound. Two teenage girls claiming to have seen a monster at their window. Our opportunity came when Mrs. Winters stopped by our table to check on the day's activities. "Mrs. Winters," I began, my voice lower than normal to avoid being overheard. "Something happened at our cabin last night. Something not normal." Her expression remained neutral, but I noticed her posture stiffen slightly. "What do you mean?" Rita jumped in, clearly deciding that directness was our best approach. "There was something at our window last night. Not a person, not exactly. It tried to get in." I expected dismissal, maybe even gentle mockery, but Mrs. Winters' reaction surprised me. She glanced quickly around the dining hall, then sat down at our table. "Tell me exactly what you saw," she said, her voice unnaturally even. "Every detail." We described the night visitor as accurately as we could. Its height, the wrong proportions of its face and hands, the way it moved. As we spoke, Mrs. Winters' complexion gradually paled, and I realized with growing horror that she believed us because she'd seen it too. "Has anyone else reported similar experiences?" I asked when we finished. She hesitated, clearly weighing her response. "There have been incidents over the years. Nothing confirmed." "This was real," Rita insisted. "It was at our window, trying to get in." Mrs. Winters nodded slowly. "I believe you, and I want you to know that we're taking additional security measures starting today. The camp perimeter will be checked hourly after dark, and we're bringing in extra staff for night patrols." Her words should have been reassuring, but the careful way she avoided directly acknowledging what we'd seen only deepened my unease. This wasn't a new development. This was something Whispering Pines had been dealing with for some time. "Is the camp in danger?" I asked bluntly. "No one has ever been harmed at Whispering Pines," she replied, which I noticed wasn't exactly an answer to my question. "Your safety is our primary concern. If you see or hear anything unusual again, use this." She handed us each a small whistle on a lanyard. "Security can hear these anywhere on camp property." As she walked away, Rita turned to me, her expression grim. "She knows something. This has happened before." I nodded, fingering the whistle. "And I don't think those extra security measures are going to help much. Whatever that thing is, it's not afraid of us." The following days passed in a blur of heightened vigilance. True to Mrs. Winters' word, security presence increased around camp. Additional floodlights were installed near the cabins, and counselors conducted more frequent bed checks. These measures provided little comfort, however. They seemed like flimsy defenses against what we had witnessed. Rumors spread through camp like wildfire, fueled by snippets of staff conversations and the visible increase in security. The younger campers created increasingly elaborate stories to explain the changes, ranging from escaped convicts to rabid bears. The older campers, more perceptive, recognized that something genuinely concerning was happening. Rita and I kept to ourselves, speaking in hushed tones when we were alone. comparing notes on unusual occurrences. We'd taken to sleeping in shifts, one keeping watch while the other rested. The constant vigilance was exhausting, but the alternative, being caught unaware if our visitor returned, was unthinkable. On the 5th night after our encounter, something changed in the atmosphere of the camp. The air felt thicker, charged with a strange electricity that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Even the counselors seemed on edge, checking their walkie-talkies more frequently and hustling campers back to cabins immediately after the evening program. "Something's happening tonight," Rita whispered as we prepared for bed. "I can feel it." I nodded, unable to articulate the sense of foreboding that had settled in my chest. "We should be ready." Bonnie and Cassidy picked up on our anxiety, asking questions we couldn't or wouldn't answer truthfully. "Why do you guys keep looking out the windows?" Cassidy asked, brushing her hair before bed. "Just checking the weather," I lied. "Looks like it might rain." "Are you scared of something?" Bonnie's direct question caught me off guard. Rita intervened smoothly. "We're just being cautious. You know, camp safety and all that." Eventually, the younger girls settled into their beds, falling asleep with the enviable ease of children who haven't yet learned to fear the darkness. Rita took the first watch as I tried to rest, though sleep remained elusive. Just after midnight, the electricity went out. The nightlight that had been our constant companion suddenly died, plunging the cabin into darkness broken only by moonlight filtering through the windows. Outside, the security floodlights had also failed, returning the camp to its natural nighttime state. "Power outage," Rita whispered, moving to sit beside me on my bed. "The storm must have—" "There is no storm," I interrupted, listening to the perfectly still night outside. No wind, no rain, no thunder, just absolute silence, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The walkie-talkie that Mrs. Winters had given us crackled to life, startling us both. "Attention all cabins," came a staticky voice, the head counselor trying to sound calm but failing to hide the tension underneath. "We're experiencing a camp-wide power outage. Please remain in your cabins. Counselors will be checking in shortly with flashlights. I repeat, remain in your cabins." "They cut the power," Rita said, her voice barely audible. "It wanted the lights out." The realization hit me with sickening certainty. This wasn't an accident or weather event. This was deliberate, a calculated move by something intelligent enough to understand our defenses and find a way to neutralize them. I grabbed the flashlight from under my pillow, relieved when it cast a beam of light across the cabin. The sudden illumination sent shadows dancing across the walls, momentarily mimicking movement where there was none. "Should we wake them?" Rita nodded toward Bonnie and Cassidy, still sleeping peacefully. "Not yet," I decided. "No point in scaring them if—" A soft tapping at the window cut me off mid-sentence. 3 slow, deliberate taps, followed by silence. Rita's hand found mine in the darkness, squeezing so tight it hurt. Neither of us moved toward the window. The tapping came again, this time at the door. Tap, tap, tap. "Hello?" called a voice from outside, unmistakably human, female, and frightened. "Is anyone awake? It's Irene, your counselor." We exchanged glances, momentarily relieved but still wary. "We're awake," I called back, moving cautiously toward the door. "Is everything okay?" "Power's out across camp," Irene replied. "I'm checking all the cabins in this area. Can you let me in?" Something in her tone didn't sound right. A slight strain, an unnatural cadence to the words. I hesitated, my hand on the door lock. "Mrs. Winters said we should stay inside with the doors locked," I replied, improvising. "She'll be making rounds with the master keys." A pause followed, too long to be natural. "There's been a change of plans." Irene's voice came again, flatter now. "I need you to open the door. Right now." Rita shook her head violently, mouthing the word no. "We'll wait for Mrs. Winters," I insisted, backing away from the door. "Sorry, Irene." Another pause, then a sound that turned my blood to ice, a low, guttural growl that no human throat could produce. "Open the door." The voice was still recognizable as Irene's, but distorted now, as if something was forcing her vocal cords to form words they weren't designed to create. "Let me in." Bonnie stirred in her sleep, mumbling incoherently before settling again. Rita and I remained frozen, staring at the door as if expecting it to burst open at any moment. "Let me in." The pretense of humanity was slipping from the voice with each repetition. Let me in. The door handle began to turn, slowly testing the lock as it had nights before. When it found resistance, the pressure increased, metal groaning under strain. "The whistle," Rita hissed, fumbling for the lanyard Mrs. Winters had given us. Before she could raise it to her lips, a new sound filled the cabin. A static-laced transmission from the walkie-talkie. "Emergency protocol initiated," came Mrs. Winters' voice, tight with controlled fear. "All cabins, code red. Repeat, code red. Remain locked down until further notice. Security teams are—" The transmission cut off abruptly. Outside our door, the thing using Irene's voice went silent. The handle stopped turning. For a moment, I dared to hope it had given up. Then came a new sound. Fingernails dragging down the wooden door, slow and deliberate, leaving what I imagined were deep gouges in their wake. The sound continued around the perimeter of the cabin, a methodical circuit that ended at the window nearest my bed. I raised the flashlight, aiming the beam at the glass. For an instant, the light illuminated a face, not Irene's, but the elongated, hollow-eyed visage we'd seen before. Its eyes reflected the flashlight beam like an animal's, glowing with an unnatural yellow sheen. Then the window exploded inward. Glass shattered across the floor as a long, thin arm snaked through the opening, too long for human proportions, joints bending in impossible ways. Taloned fingers grasped at the air, searching for something to grab. Bonnie and Cassidy woke with terrified screams. Rita blew her whistle with desperate force, the shrill sound piercing through the night. I acted on pure instinct, grabbing the heavy metal flashlight and bringing it down with all my strength on the grotesque limb. A howl of pain echoed through the cabin as the arm withdrew, taking chunks of broken glass with it. "Under the beds!" I shouted to Bonnie and Cassidy, who scrambled to obey, their faces white with terror. Rita continued blowing the whistle as I fumbled with the walkie-talkie, pressing the emergency transmission button. "It's breaking in!" I shouted into the device. "Pinecrest cabin! It's breaking in!" Static answered me, broken by fragments of voices too distorted to understand. Outside, something large moved around the cabin, its footsteps heavy now, abandoning stealth for raw aggression. The door shuddered under a powerful impact, the wood splintering around the lock. Another blow, and the frame began to crack. "What do we do?" Rita's voice was barely audible over the pounding. I looked around desperately for anything we could use as a weapon or barricade. My gaze fell on the small propane heater in the corner, the emergency heating system for when temperatures dropped unexpectedly. "The propane," I whispered, a terrible plan forming. "If it breaks in—" Rita's eyes widened as she understood my half-formed thought. "That's insane." "You have a better idea?" I asked as the door splintered further, a long, taloned hand visible through the widening crack. She shook her head, then moved quickly to the heater, turning the valve to release the gas. The distinctive odor filled the cabin almost immediately. "Bonnie, Cassidy," I called to the terrified girls under the beds. "When I say now, run for the back window, the small one in the bathroom. Go through it and don't stop running until you reach the main lodge." The pounding at the door reached a crescendo, wood giving way as something forced its way inside. Through the growing opening, I caught glimpses of a nightmare made flesh, a towering, emaciated figure with limbs too long and joints too numerous, its skin a sickly, grayish white that had never seen sunlight. "Now!" I screamed, grabbing the flashlight and smashing it against the propane heater's exposed elements. Sparks flew as Bonnie and Cassidy scrambled toward the bathroom, Rita right behind them. I backed toward the bathroom door as the creature forced its way into the cabin, its full height forcing it to bend unnaturally beneath the ceiling. Its face, if it could be called that, was a hollow-cheeked approximation of human features, with eyes like black pits and a mouth stretched too wide across its lower face. For one terrible moment, our gazes locked. Intelligence burned in those inhuman eyes, not animal cunning, but something older, colder, infinitely patient. It recognized me from our previous encounters, and I knew with sickening certainty that it had chosen me specifically, though I couldn't comprehend why. Its mouth opened to reveal rows of needle-like teeth as it reached for me with those grotesquely elongated arms. The propane ignited. A whoosh of flame erupted from the heater, spreading rapidly through the gas-filled air. The creature shrieked, a sound so high-pitched and alien it threatened to shatter my eardrums. I stumbled backward through the bathroom door, slamming it shut as flames engulfed the main room. Rita had already helped Bonnie and Cassidy through the small window. She was halfway out herself, turning back with panic in her eyes. "Come on!" I scrambled toward the window, the heat of the fire already seeping through the bathroom door. Outside, I could hear the creature's inhuman screams mixing with human shouts as camp staff responded to the commotion. The window was barely large enough for me to squeeze through, glass cutting into my palms as I hauled myself out. As my feet cleared the sill, a taloned hand punched through the bathroom door, flailing blindly as flames licked at the splintered wood. We ran without looking back, the orange glow of the burning cabin lighting our way through the darkness. Behind us, inhuman screams gradually faded, replaced by the shouts of adults and the wail of distant sirens. The following hours passed in a blur of emergency vehicles, flashing lights, and concerned adults asking the same questions repeatedly. Firefighters controlled the blaze before it could spread to nearby cabins or the surrounding forest. But Pinecrest was a total loss. Nothing but charred timber and ash remained by dawn. We were separated for questioning. Standard procedure, we were told, for any serious incident. I sat wrapped in a scratchy emergency blanket in Mrs. Winter's office as a police officer asked me to explain what had happened. I told the truth, or a version of it. A power outage, someone trying to break in. The propane heater accidentally knocked over in our panic. I said nothing about elongated limbs or inhuman faces, nothing about the weeks of strange occurrences leading up to that night. The disbelief in the officer's eyes, even at my sanitized account, told me that the full truth would never be accepted. Rita, I later learned, had given a similar story. Bonnie and Cassidy, too traumatized to be questioned extensively, were quickly collected by their parents, who arrived in the early morning hours looking pale and terrified. By mid-morning, the official narrative had been established. A failed break-in attempt by vandals who had been responsible for earlier disturbances at the camp, followed by an accidental fire when the panicked campers tried to escape. The power outage was attributed to a blown transformer, though no explanation was given for why the backup generators had also failed. Mrs. Winters found me sitting alone on a bench outside the main lodge, watching as parents arrived to collect their children. Camp had been officially canceled for the remainder of the session. "Your parents will be here in about an hour," she said, sitting beside me. They were very worried. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The events of the night had left me hollow, exhausted beyond words. "What you did was very brave," she continued after a moment of silence. "You saved those girls." "What was it?" I asked, my voice rough from smoke inhalation and screaming. "You know, don't you?" Mrs. Winters stared at the distant tree line, her face unreadable. "Whispering Pines has stood for over 70 years, she said finally. In all that time, there have been incidents. Things we can't explain. Things we don't discuss. That doesn't answer my question." She sighed, suddenly looking much older than her years. "The locals, the ones whose families have been in these mountains for generations, they have stories. Legends about something that lives in these woods. Something that watches, waits, takes an interest in certain people." She glanced at me meaningfully. "Especially young people with sensitivity to their surroundings." "Like me," I whispered, remembering how I'd felt unsettled from the moment we arrived, how Snowfall had responded to me, how the entity had singled out our cabin. "Like you," she confirmed. "In all my years running this camp, it's never been this bold, this aggressive. We've had sightings, minor incidents, but nothing like this." Did it die in the fire?" Mrs. Winters' expression darkened. "I doubt it. Things like that don't die easily, if at all." "Things like what?" She stood, adjusting her camp director badge. "Some questions are better left unanswered. You're safe now. That's what matters." As she walked away, I called after her, "Will you reopen the camp?" She paused, looking back over her shoulder. "Not this summer. Beyond that, we'll see." My parents arrived exactly when Mrs. Winters had predicted, their faces tight with worry as they embraced me. They asked the same questions the police had, and I gave them the same sanitized version of events. They didn't need to know about the thing in the woods. No one did, except those who had already encountered it. As we drove away from Whispering Pines, I watched the camp recede in the rearview mirror. The pine trees seemed to bend inward, creating a shadowy tunnel that swallowed the road behind us. For an instant, I thought I saw movement among the trunks, something tall and thin, moving with unnatural grace between the shadows. Then we rounded a bend, and the camp disappeared from view. 3 days after returning home, the nightmares began. They always started the same way. I was back at Whispering Pines, alone in Pinecrest Cabin. Outside, a gentle tapping would begin, first at the windows, then the walls, then the door. Tap, tap, tap. No matter how I tried to ignore it, the sound would continue, growing more insistent until I was forced to acknowledge it. In the dream, I would approach the door, knowing what waited on the other side, but unable to stop myself from reaching for the handle. As the door swung open, those hollow eyes would meet mine, that too wide mouth stretching into a grotesque parody of a smile. Long, taloned fingers would reach for me. I would wake gasping, sheets soaked with sweat, the phantom sensation of cold fingers brushing my face lingering in the darkness of my bedroom. My parents attributed my disturbed sleep to trauma from the fire, suggesting therapy to help process the experience. I agreed, not because I believed it would help, but because I needed someone to talk to who was bound by confidentiality. Dr. Mercer was in her 50s, with kind eyes and a no-nonsense attitude that I appreciated. During our first session, I told her the official version of events, testing her reactions, gauging whether she might be receptive to the truth. "You seem to be holding something back," she observed after I finished my sanitized account. "Something you're afraid to share." The perceptiveness of her comment caught me off guard. "Would you believe me if I told you what really happened?" "Try me," she replied simply. So I did. I told her everything. The weeks of strange occurrences, the entity at the window, its unnatural appearance and behavior, the deliberate power outage, the final confrontation. I described its elongated limbs and hollow face, the intelligence in its eyes, the way it had systematically targeted our cabin. Throughout my account, Dr. Mercer remained silent, her expression neutral. When I finished, she didn't immediately speak, instead writing something in her notepad. "You think I'm making this up?" I said, disappointment creeping into my voice. "No," she replied, surprising me. "I think you genuinely believe what you're telling me. But you don't believe it's real." Dr. Mercer set her notepad aside. "What I believe isn't important. What matters is understanding why you experience things this way." It was the response I should have expected, yet it still stung. Even in this safe space, the truth was too bizarre to be accepted at face value. "Have you spoken with any of the other girls since returning home?" she asked, changing the subject slightly. I shook my head. "Their parents probably wouldn't want them talking to me. I'm the one who set the cabin on fire, remember?" "You saved their lives," Dr. Mercer corrected gently. "Perhaps connecting with them would help all of you process what happened." The suggestion lingered in my mind after the session ended. That evening, I gathered my courage and called Rita's home number, which I'd gotten from the camp directory before leaving. Her mother answered, her tone immediately cooling when I introduced myself. "Rita's been through quite enough," she said tersely. "I don't think speaking with you would be helpful right now." "Please," I said, desperation creeping into my voice. "I just need to know if she's okay, if she's been having nightmares too." A long pause followed, then the sound of the phone changing hands. "Hello?" Rita's voice was thin, strained, but unmistakably hers. Relief flooded through me. "Rita, it's me. Are you okay?" "Define okay," she replied with a weak attempt at humor. "I'm not sleeping much. You?" "Nightmares," I admitted. "Every night." "Me too. Same dream?" "Opening the door and seeing it there?" "Yeah." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "But that's not the worst part. Sometimes, when I'm awake, I think I see it. Just glimpses, through windows, in mirrors, at the edge of my vision. Like it followed me home." A chill ran down my spine. I'd had the same experiences. Fleeting shadows and reflective surfaces, the sensation of being watched. Moments when the air would suddenly grow cold for no apparent reason. "Have you told anyone?" I asked. "Who would believe me? They all think we're traumatized from the break-in and fire. My parents have me seeing a therapist 3 times a week. Mine too, 1 session so far. Does it help? The hope in her voice was painful to hear. Not really, I admitted. They can't help with something they don't believe is real. We talked for nearly an hour, comparing experiences, finding comfort in shared understanding. Before hanging up, Rita asked the question that had been haunting me since that night. Do you think it's really gone? Or is it still out there watching us? I hesitated, remembering Mrs. Winter's words. I don't think it's gone. I think it's waiting. For what? I don't know, I replied honestly. But we survived once. We can do it again if we have to. After hanging up, I sat at my desk, staring at my reflection in the darkened computer screen. For an instant, I thought I saw something move behind me. A tall, thin shadow with too many joints. I spun around, heart racing, but found only my empty bedroom. That night, I left the lights on while I slept, a childish defense against the darkness, but one that brought small comfort. The nightmares came anyway. But this time, something was different. As the entity reached for me with those impossibly long fingers, I found myself standing my ground instead of cowering in fear. What do you want? I demanded in the dream. Its mouth opened wider than any human mouth could stretch, but no sound emerged. Instead, I felt its answer in my mind. Not words exactly, but impressions, emotions, ancient hunger. It wanted me. Not my body or my life, but something deeper. My fear, my awareness, my recognition of its existence. It had been watching, waiting, selecting those who could truly see it, truly fear it. I woke with a startling revelation. Its power came from our fear. The more terrified we were, the stronger its hold became. Rita and I had been ideal targets, sensitive to our surroundings, quick to notice the abnormal, prone to the very fear it craved. The next morning, I called Rita again, eager to share my insight. But the person who answered wasn't Rita or her mother. Hello? A man's voice, professional and detached. I'm calling for Rita, I said, confused. Is this the right number? A pause. This is Detective Morris with the County Police Department. May I ask who's calling? My blood ran cold. Is Rita okay? What happened? Another pause, longer this time. I'm afraid there was an incident last night. Rita is in the hospital. Who am I speaking with? I identified myself, then pressed for details. The detective was reluctant at first, but eventually shared the bare facts. Rita had been found unconscious in her bathroom, an apparent suicide attempt. She had left a note claiming it wouldn't leave her alone. Did she describe what it was? I asked, my voice shaking. That's not something I can discuss, the detective replied. But I'd like to speak with you in person. Rita mentioned your name in her note. We arranged to meet that afternoon at the local police station. My parents were concerned but supportive, assuming Rita's hospitalization was related to trauma from the fire. Detective Morris was in his 40s, with tired eyes and the demeanor of someone who had seen too much. He led me to a small interview room, assuring my waiting parents that this was just a routine conversation. Rita's going to be okay, physically, he began once we were seated, but she's been placed on a 72-hour psychiatric hold for evaluation. She's not crazy, I said immediately. Whatever she told you, whatever was in that note, it's real. The detective studied me carefully. She described a creature stalking her, something inhuman that followed her home from camp. She said you would confirm her story. I hesitated, weighing my options. If I told the truth, I risked being dismissed as another traumatized teenager. If I lied, I betrayed Rita and denied what I knew to be real. I saw it too, I said finally. At camp, and since coming home. Detective Morris didn't react with the skepticism I expected. Instead, he opened a folder on the table between us, removing several photographs. These were taken at Whispering Pines after the fire, he explained, sliding them toward me. Standard procedure for documenting the scene. The photos showed the charred remains of Pinecrest Cabin, the blackened timber and melted metal of what had once been our temporary home. Nothing unusual, until I noticed what the detective was pointing to in one image. In the ash and debris near what had been the cabin door, clearly visible despite the destruction, was a set of footprints. Not human footprints. They were too long, too narrow, with distinct impressions that looked like elongated toes ending in points. The forensics team can't identify these, Detective Morris said quietly. They don't match any known animal or human pattern. I stared at the photo, a mixture of vindication and renewed terror washing over me. It was there, just like we said. The detective collected the photos, returning them to his folder. There's something else. This isn't the first incident connected to that camp. There have been others over the years, campers reporting strange sightings, unexplained occurrences. Most were dismissed as pranks or overactive imaginations. But now, you believe us, I said, hardly daring to hope. Let's say I'm keeping an open mind. He handed me his card. If you experience anything unusual, anything at all, call me directly, day or night. As I stood to leave, a thought occurred to me. Detective? What's going to happen to Rita? His expression softened slightly. That depends on the psychiatric evaluation. But given the physical evidence we've found, I'll be advocating for her release. In the meantime, be careful. If whatever you both saw is real. It's real, I assured him. And it's not finished with us. 2 weeks passed. Rita was released from psychiatric hold after 4 days, largely thanks to Detective Morris's intervention. We spoke daily, comparing notes on our experiences, supporting each other through nightmares and moments of panic. The sightings continued, glimpses of something tall and thin at the edges of our vision, reflections that moved independently, the sensation of being watched when we were alone. But as we shared these experiences, cataloging them, analyzing them, something began to change. The fear that had once paralyzed us gradually transformed into something else, determination, even anger. It feeds on fear, I explained to Rita during one of our calls. The more afraid we are, the stronger its connection to us becomes. So what do we do? Just stop being afraid? Easier said than done. Not stop being afraid, I clarified. Accept the fear, but don't let it control us, like exposure therapy. We developed strategies for confronting our fears, sleeping with lights on initially, then gradually reducing the illumination. Deliberately looking at reflective surfaces rather than avoiding them. Speaking aloud when we sensed a presence, acknowledging it without cowering from it. Detective Morris became an unexpected ally, checking in regularly and sharing information from his ongoing investigation into Whispering Pines. The camp remained closed for renovations, though rumors suggested it might never reopen. Exactly 1 month after our escape from Pinecrest Cabin, the nightmares reached their peak. In my dream, I found myself back at camp, standing alone in the burned shell of our cabin. The entity emerged from the charred remains, its elongated form unfolding like some grotesque origami creation, those hollow eyes fixed on mine. But this time, instead of running, I stood my ground. I'm not afraid of you anymore, I declared, the words feeling true even as I spoke them. The creature tilted its head, studying me with those empty eyes. Its mouth opened in that too wide grimace, but instead of lunging for me, it began to fade. Like a photograph left in sunlight, its edges blurred, its form becoming transparent. I woke with a gasp, but not from terror, from a profound sense of release. The oppressive presence that had haunted my room for weeks was gone, leaving only ordinary darkness. I called Rita immediately, despite the early hour. She answered on the first ring. "It's gone," she said without preamble. "I can feel it. It's not watching anymore." "I know," I replied, relief washing over me. "I think we did it. We broke its hold." The change was gradual, but unmistakable. The sightings stopped. The nightmares faded. The constant sensation of being observed disappeared. By the time school started in September, we had begun to heal, though neither of us would ever be quite the same. Detective Morris called occasionally, updating us on his investigation. Whispering Pines remained closed indefinitely. Mrs. Winters had retired suddenly, moving to Arizona without leaving a forwarding address. Most significantly, Morris had uncovered records of similar incidents dating back to the camp's founding in the 1950s. Periodic cycles of strange occurrences, always centered around certain campers who seemed to attract the entity's attention. "Whatever it was," he told me during our final conversation, "it's been there a long time, and you two are the first to drive it away, as far as I can tell." "We didn't drive it away," I corrected him. "We just stopped giving it what it wanted." I've never returned to Whispering Pines. According to local news reports, the property was sold to developers the following year, the buildings demolished to make way for luxury vacation homes. I wonder sometimes if the new residents experience anything unusual. Unexplained sounds in the night, the sensation of being watched, glimpses of something tall and thin moving between the trees. Rita and I still talk occasionally, though less frequently as the years pass and life pulls us in different directions. We never speak of that summer to anyone else. Who would believe us? Even with Detective Morris's evidence, our experience remains firmly in the realm of the unexplainable. But sometimes, when I find myself alone in unfamiliar woods, I feel a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I don't run, and I don't cower. Instead, I turn and face the shadows directly, acknowledging the fear without surrendering to it. After all, there are things in this world that exist in the spaces between what we know and what we fear. Things that gain power from our terror and fade when confronted with courage. I learned that lesson at Whispering Pines, in a summer that taught me the true nature of fear and the strength that comes from facing it. Some nights, I still dream of those hollow eyes and that too-wide smile. But in my dreams now, I'm the one who turns away first, denying it the fear it craves, leaving it to fade back into the darkness where it belongs. I've never been one to believe in superstitions. Friday the 13th was just another day on the calendar to me, until 3 years ago when everything changed. It began with a simple text message from my friend Jared, suggesting a weekend camping trip to Snively Hot Springs in eastern Oregon. The date happened to fall on Friday the 13th, which several friends pointed out with theatrical warnings and jokes about horror movies. "Anyone up for Snively this weekend?" Jared's message read in our group chat. "Weather forecast looks perfect, and the hot springs will be amazing at night." I had a shift at the warehouse on Saturday morning, but the idea of escaping the city's confines for even one night was too tempting to resist. A quick mental calculation told me I could make it work if I limited my drinking and left early the next morning. "I'm in," I replied, "but I'll need to head back early Saturday for work." Within hours, our group had swelled to 11 people. Myself, Jared, his girlfriend Maya, our mutual friends Wesley, Bennett, Isabella, Ruby, Kai, Zoe, Vincent, and Isabella's border collie, Scout. Most of us had known each other since college, bonded by our shared love for outdoor adventures. As we finalized plans throughout the week, I couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. Perhaps it was Jared mentioning that the full moon would coincide with our trip, or the weather report warning of unusually cold temperatures for April, or simply the accumulation of small coincidences. My rational mind dismissed these thoughts as meaningless pattern-seeking, yet something felt off. The night before our departure, I packed with unusual care: extra layers, a high-powered flashlight, a fully charged power bank, and a comprehensive first aid kit. My roommate noticed my methodical preparation. "Planning for the apocalypse?" he joked, watching me organize my backpack. "Just being prepared," I replied. "We'll be pretty far from civilization." I didn't tell him about the strange dreams I'd been having all week. Dreams of being pursued through dark woods by something I couldn't see but could hear breathing behind me. Dreams where I ran until my lungs burned but could never quite escape. We departed Portland just after noon on Friday, split between 3 vehicles. I rode with Jared, Maya, and Wesley in Jared's SUV, while the others followed in Bennett's truck and Vincent's compact car. The drive east took us through the Columbia River Gorge, where basalt cliffs towered over the highway and the river stretched blue and vast to our right. As we crossed into eastern Oregon, the landscape transformed dramatically. Lush forests gave way to high desert, a sparse, open terrain of sagebrush and juniper trees beneath an endless sky. The emptiness intensified as we turned onto progressively smaller roads, the pavement eventually yielding to gravel that crunched beneath our tires and sent dust billowing behind us. "How much farther?" Wesley asked from the back seat, where he'd been scrolling through his phone. "About 20 minutes, Jared replied, squinting at the setting sun. "We should get there just before dark if we don't hit any problems." The timing was perfect, or would have been if not for the flat tire that forced us to stop 10 miles from our destination. While Jared and I worked to change it, Maya pointed out something concerning. "Look at those clouds moving in," she said, gesturing toward the western horizon where dark clouds had begun to gather. "That wasn't in the forecast." Wesley checked his weather app, frowning. "Still says clear all weekend. Must be a localized system." The delay cost us the remaining daylight. By the time we arrived at Snively Hot Springs, darkness had fallen completely. The moon, nearly full but not quite, hung low in the eastern sky, casting enough light to outline the surrounding hills but leaving the details in shadow. The other cars had arrived before us. Bennett had already started setting up the communal area where we'd be cooking and gathering around the fire. I could hear laughter and the sound of tent poles clicking together as we pulled in. "You guys made it," Isabella called, Scout barking excitedly beside her. We were starting to get worried. "Flat tire," I explained, unloading my gear. Not the best start to a Friday the 13th camping trip. "Don't even joke about that," Ruby said, her face illuminated by the beam of her headlamp. "I'm already jumpy enough out here." We worked quickly to set up our tents in a rough semicircle around what would become our fire pit. The night air had grown unexpectedly cold, and the promise of warming ourselves by a fire spurred our efforts. In the distance, I could hear the soft bubbling of the hot springs, barely audible over the rustle of wind through the sagebrush. As I hammered the last stake into the hard ground, I paused, certain I'd heard something moving in the darkness beyond our campsite. I directed my headlamp toward the sound, but saw nothing except the swaying branches of a juniper tree. Probably just an animal, I told myself, though I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. With camp established, we gathered around the fire that Bennett and Kai had built. The flames pushed back the darkness, creating a circle of warmth and light that felt like a fortress against the vast, unseen wilderness beyond. Vincent unpacked a cooler filled with beer and handed them around. True to my plan, I accepted one but resolved to stop there. Tomorrow's early shift loomed in my mind. "To surviving Friday the 13th, Zoe joked, raising her can in a mock toast. "And to hot springs under a full moon," Jared added. "Actually," Maya corrected, "full moon isn't until tomorrow night. Tonight it's just shy of full." "Close enough," Wesley said, already opening his second beer. "Either way, we've got perfect timing." The conversation flowed easily as it always did with this group. We discussed work, relationships, future plans, the usual topics among friends in their late 20s navigating the complexities of adult life. As the night progressed, I noticed Kai and Wesley exchanging glances before Kai subtly passed something to Wesley beneath the firelight's glow. An hour later, Wesley approached me at the edge of our circle where I'd moved to grab another layer from my tent. The temperature had dropped further, and my breath formed visible clouds in the air. "Want to enhance the experience a bit?" he asked quietly, showing me a small plastic bag containing what looked like dried mushroom pieces. "Just a microdose, nothing too intense. Perfect for the hot springs later." I hesitated. Psychedelics weren't new to me, but I generally avoided them in unfamiliar settings. Still, the amount he offered was minimal, just enough to heighten perception without inducing hallucinations. "Just a small amount," I agreed, accepting a tiny piece. "I still need to drive tomorrow." Several others in our group had made the same choice, I soon realized. By the time we decided to visit the hot springs around 10 o'clock, a subtle shift in perception had begun. Colors from the fire seemed more vibrant, sounds slightly clearer, and the stars overhead impossibly bright against the black canvas of night. The hot springs were a short walk from our campsite, down a narrow trail that descended toward the river. Steam rose from the series of natural pools, creating ghostly shapes that danced in the moonlight. We changed into swimwear and slipped into the warm water, sighing collectively as the heat enveloped our bodies. "This is perfect," Isabella murmured, Scout waiting patiently at the edge of the springs. I leaned back against the smooth rock edge, gazing up at the stars and the near full moon. The mild effects of the mushrooms enhanced the beauty of the moment. The contrast between the hot water and cold air, the distant hooting of an owl, the rippling patterns of moonlight on the water's surface. Yet even in this moment of tranquility, something felt wrong. Twice I caught myself scanning the darkness beyond our pools, certain I'd seen movement in the periphery of my vision. Scout seemed to sense it too, occasionally rising to attention, ears perked forward, staring into the blackness before settling back down. After about an hour, Jared suggested something that would change everything. "We should take advantage of this moonlight and go for a night walk," he said, his eyes bright with excitement. "The view from the ridge above camp is incredible." Most of our friends declined, preferring to return to the warmth of the fire, but I found myself nodding along with Maya and Wesley, the subtle influence of the mushrooms making the idea seem especially appealing. "Scout would join us too," Isabella said, as the dog could use the exercise. None of us could have predicted what awaited us on that ridge. We dried off and changed back into our clothes, grabbing our flashlights before setting off. The microdose had reached its peak, not enough to distort reality, but sufficient to heighten my senses and create a heightened awareness of our surroundings. The night air felt electric against my skin as we began walking uphill from our camp, away from the safety of the fire and the others. Wesley led our small group, his powerful flashlight carving a tunnel of light through the darkness. Maya followed, with Scout trotting alongside her, and I brought up the rear. Our breath formed clouds of vapor that caught the light of our beams before dissipating into the cold night. "The trail should be just ahead," Wesley said, directing his light toward a gap in the sagebrush. "It winds up to a viewpoint where you can see the whole valley." The path narrowed as we ascended, forcing us to walk single file. Juniper trees loomed on either side, their gnarled branches reaching like arthritic fingers across our path. In the moonlight, every shadow seemed to move, and the subtle effects of the mushrooms didn't help. I found myself constantly turning to check behind us, unable to shake the feeling that we were being followed. "You okay back there?" Maya called over her shoulder, noticing my frequent glances behind us. "Yeah," I replied, not wanting to spread my unease. Just taking in the surroundings. We had been walking for about 10 minutes when Scout suddenly froze, her body becoming rigid. Her ears flattened against her head, and a low growl rumbled in her throat. "What's wrong, girl?" Maya asked, kneeling beside the dog. Wesley directed his flashlight in the direction Scout was staring, but the beam revealed nothing except more juniper and sagebrush. The dog's behavior had unsettled all of us, though. We stood in silence, straining to hear whatever had alarmed her. That's when I heard it. A soft, crunching sound, like something moving carefully through the underbrush to our right. Scout's growl intensified. "Probably just a deer," Wesley suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. We continued walking, but the carefree mood had evaporated. Scout stayed close to Maya now, no longer ranging ahead to explore. The trail turned sharply to the right, leading us deeper into a section where the junipers grew thicker, blocking much of the moonlight. "The viewpoint should be just ahead," Wesley said, his voice hushed as if he feared being overheard. The sound came again, brush moving, but with a deliberate quality that seemed distinctly unlike a deer. This time it was closer, and immediately to our left. Wesley swung his flashlight toward the sound. 2 glowing eyes reflected the light, floating like eerie lanterns about 3 feet off the ground. "Don't move," Wesley whispered, his voice barely audible. The beam of his flashlight illuminated what we were facing, a full-grown mountain lion, its tawny coat blending perfectly with the surrounding landscape. It was massive, easily 150 pounds, with muscles rippling beneath its fur as it regarded us with predatory intensity. The distance between us couldn't have been more than 15 feet. My heart hammered against my ribcage with such force I was certain the others could hear it. The mild alteration to my perception from the mushrooms made the moment surreal. The mountain lion appeared simultaneously more detailed and more threatening, its whiskers, teeth, and the texture of its fur standing out with unnatural clarity. We began backing away slowly, remembering the conventional wisdom about large predators. Don't run, don't turn your back. Scout, displaying either remarkable training or terror-induced compliance, stayed perfectly still beside Maya, though a continuous low growl emanated from her throat. "Keep moving back," Wesley breathed, slow and steady. The mountain lion didn't advance, but its gaze remained fixed on us, tail twitching slightly. I'd never felt so exposed, so intensely aware of my vulnerability. Humans aren't designed to be prey, but in that moment, I understood with perfect clarity what it meant to be hunted. As we retreated, step by agonizing step, Scout suddenly bolted to our right, disappearing into the underbrush with a panicked yelp. The mountain lion's gaze flicked toward the movement, but, to our surprise, it didn't give chase. Instead, those gleaming eyes returned to fix on us. "Scout!" Maya called in a harsh whisper, fear evident in her voice. "Don't!" Wesley warned. "We can't split up." We continued our backward retreat until we reached a small clearing where the trail widened slightly. My back bumped against something solid, a fence marking the boundary of someone else's campsite. We'd backed up along the trail much farther than I'd realized. That's when we heard it. Rapid movement through the underbrush behind us. Scout emerged from the darkness, racing toward us with her tail tucked between her legs. But the sound of movement didn't stop with her arrival. Something else was approaching from behind. Wesley swung his flashlight around, illuminating the source. A second mountain lion, smaller than the first, but no less terrifying. A juvenile, perhaps, but still easily capable of killing an adult human. "It's between us and camp," Maya whispered, her voice trembling. The realization struck us simultaneously. We were trapped between two predators, with only a fence at our backs. The situation had deteriorated from concerning to potentially fatal in seconds. Mountain lion attacks on humans are rare, but when they occur, they're often deadly. Now we face two of them, cut off from the safety of our camp, with only a wire fence separating us from an unknown campsite behind us. "The fence," I said, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. "We need to get over it, now." Scout sensed our intent and squeezed through a gap at the bottom of the fence. The rest of us weren't so lucky. The fence stood about 5 feet high, topped with barbed wire, a standard cattle fence used throughout rural Oregon. Maya went first, Wesley boosting her up. Her jacket caught on the barbs, tearing audibly as she freed herself and dropped to the other side. As Wesley prepared to climb, the larger mountain lion took a step forward, muscles tensing in what looked like preparation to charge. My blood seemed to freeze in my veins. "Go!" I hissed at Wesley. "Now!" He scrambled up the fence with surprising agility, considering the circumstances. The barbed wire caught his pant leg, slicing through both fabric and skin. He grunted in pain but pushed through, tumbling to the other side where Maya caught him before he could hit the ground. Now I was alone, facing two mountain lions with only a failing flashlight between us. The battery was dying, the beam growing noticeably dimmer. I backed against the fence, feeling the cold metal press against my back. "Come on!" Maya urged from the other side. I gripped the wire, feeling it bite into my palms as I pulled myself up. The smaller mountain lion darted forward suddenly, covering half the distance between us in a single bound. Terror gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. I hauled myself upward, ignoring the barbs that tore at my clothing and skin. As I swung my leg over the top, I felt a sharp pain across my calf, barbed wire cutting through my jeans and into flesh. I didn't stop, dropping to the other side and landing hard on my shoulder. Wesley and Maya pulled me to my feet immediately, and we stumbled backward, putting distance between ourselves and the fence. Looking back, I saw both mountain lions pacing on the other side, their eyes still reflecting what little light remained from our flashlights. They made no attempt to follow us over the fence, a small mercy in an otherwise nightmarish situation. We had escaped immediate danger, but our problems were far from over. We found ourselves in a stranger's campsite, bleeding from multiple cuts, with no clear path back to our own camp, except through mountain lion territory. "Where are we?" Maya whispered, scanning our surroundings. The campsite appeared deserted. A large tent stood about 20 yards away, and beside it, a parked SUV. A cold fire pit suggested the occupants had either gone to sleep or were away from their camp. "Hello?" Wesley called out, his voice carefully modulated to be loud enough to alert anyone nearby without carrying back to the mountain lions. "Is anyone here? We need help." No response came from the tent or anywhere else in the campsite. The silence felt wrong somehow, oppressive and unnatural. Even the usual night sounds, insects, wind in the trees, seemed to have ceased. "Let's try the car," I suggested. "If we can sound the horn, it might scare off the mountain lions and alert our friends." We approached the SUV cautiously, Scout staying close to Maya's heels. The vehicle was unlocked, not unusual in such a remote location where crime was virtually non-existent. Wesley slid into the driver's seat and located the horn, pressing it in a series of long blasts that shattered the night's silence. "We're not thieves," Maya shouted between horn blasts. "There are mountain lions nearby. We're just trying to get back to our camp." We waited, expecting the occupants of the tent to emerge, likely angry at being awakened, but present nonetheless. The tent remained still and silent. "Something's wrong," I said, voicing what we all felt. Someone should have come out by now. Maya's face had gone pale in the moonlight. "I think I heard something," she whispered, "from inside the tent. Like someone trying to scream, but they can't." Wesley and I exchanged glances, neither wanting to acknowledge the implication of Maya's words. Scout whined softly, pressing against Maya's leg. "We need to check," Wesley finally said. If someone's hurt in there. Or we need to find another way back to camp, I countered, the logical part of my brain fighting against the creeping dread. Our friends will be wondering where we are. Maya shook her head. If someone's in trouble, we can't just leave. The decision made, we approached the tent with extreme caution. Wesley called out again as we drew closer. Hello? We're coming closer to check if you're okay. Please respond if you can hear us. Still no answer. The tent was large, an 8-person model with a canopy extension at the front. The entrance flap was zipped shut. Wesley reached for the zipper, then hesitated, turning to us. I don't know if we should... A sound from inside the tent made the decision for us, a distinct thump, like something heavy falling over. Wesley unzipped the entrance in one quick motion and directed his flashlight inside. The beam revealed an empty interior, sleeping bags neatly arranged, personal items organized along the tent walls, but no people. A camp lantern lay on its side, apparently the source of the noise we'd heard. There's no one here, Maya said, confusion evident in her voice. I stepped closer, examining the scene more carefully. Look at this, I said, pointing to a coffee mug beside one of the sleeping bags. I touched the side gently. Still warm. Wesley moved his light around the tent's interior, revealing more disturbing details. A book lay open, face down as if hastily discarded. A pair of hiking boots stood ready beside the entrance. A cell phone sat on top of a folded sweatshirt. They left in a hurry, Wesley observed, his voice tight. Nobody leaves their phone behind voluntarily. Or their shoes, Maya added, pointing to the hiking boots. The implications were becoming impossible to ignore. Something had happened to the occupants of this tent, something that had forced them to leave suddenly, without taking essential items. The mountain lions? Perhaps, but why wouldn't they have taken shelter in their vehicle? We need to get out of here, I said, backing away from the tent. Now. No one argued. We exited the tent, zipping it closed behind us as if that small gesture of normalcy could somehow counterbalance the wrongness of what we'd found. The mountain lions were no longer visible at the fence line, which presented both relief and a new concern. Where had they gone? Let's find the road, Wesley suggested. It has to connect to the main access road eventually. We located a dirt track leading away from the campsite in the opposite direction from where we'd entered. Scout took the lead, seemingly eager to put distance between us and the abandoned tent. Each of us was lost in thought, processing what we'd seen and what it might mean. After walking for about 5 minutes, the dirt track widened and joined a more established gravel road. Looking around, I realized we were approaching Snivelly Hot Springs from the opposite direction. I know where we are, I said with relief. Our camp is about half a mile that way. We quickened our pace, drawing comfort from the familiar route and the knowledge that our friends were nearby. As we rounded the final bend, the glow of our campfire came into view, along with the welcome sound of voices and laughter. Bennett was the first to spot us. There they are, he called out. We were about to send out a search party. Our friends gathered around as we stumbled into camp, noting our torn clothing and the blood on Wesley's leg. What happened to you guys? Isabella asked, rushing forward to greet Scout, who seemed remarkably composed given what we'd experienced. Wesley, Maya, and I exchanged glances, silently debating how much to share. The story sounded bizarre even to us who had lived through it. Would our friends think the mushrooms had caused us to hallucinate or exaggerate the danger? Mountain lions, I finally said. 2 of them. They trapped us on the trail. The expressions of disbelief quickly turned to concern as we recounted our experience, including the abandoned campsite. Zoe, who had wilderness first aid training, immediately set about cleaning and bandaging Wesley's leg wound and the various cuts we'd all sustained from the barbed wire. We should report this to the ranger station in the morning, Vincent said when we'd finished our account. Both the mountain lions and the abandoned camp. I nodded in agreement, but found myself unable to shake the feeling that we'd encountered something beyond a natural hazard tonight. Something I couldn't quite articulate. While the others continued to enjoy themselves around the campfire, I retreated to my car, ostensibly to change into dry clothes. In reality, I needed space to process what had happened. Inside the vehicle, with the doors locked, I finally allowed the full weight of the night's events to crash over me. My hands began to shake uncontrollably. My breathing came in short, painful gasps that couldn't seem to fill my lungs. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cold night air. I recognized the symptoms of a panic attack. I'd had them before, but never with this intensity. The car's interior seemed to shrink around me, and I rolled down the window to gulp the fresh air. Tiny gnats, attracted by the dome light, immediately swarmed through the opening, adding a maddening sensation of insects crawling across my skin. I swatted at them frantically, irrationally, my mind connecting them to the creeping dread that had pursued us through the darkness. For nearly an hour, I sat there, alternating between moments of relative calm and surges of paralyzing terror. Through the windshield, I could see my friends laughing, drinking, seemingly unfazed by the story we'd shared. Even Wesley and Maya had rejoined the group, though I noticed they stayed closer to the fire than before, and Maya kept Scout by her side. Eventually, exhaustion overcame anxiety, and I reclined the seat, intending to rest briefly before rejoining the others. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, morning light was filtering through the windows, and someone was tapping on the glass. "Hey, you alive in there?" It was Jared, concern evident in his expression. I rolled down the window, wincing at the stiffness in my neck from sleeping in the car. "Yeah, just needed some space last night." "We're packing up," he said. "Thought you wanted to get an early start back for work?" Work. The thought seemed absurd after what had happened, but I nodded mechanically. "Right, give me a few minutes." As our group broke camp, a ranger's vehicle pulled into the area. Vincent had made good on his promise to report our encounter, using someone's satellite phone to call the ranger station at first light. The ranger, a weathered woman in her 50s named Officer Mendez, listened to our account with professional interest. "Mountain lion sightings aren't uncommon in this area," she confirmed, making notes in a small book. "But two together, that's unusual, probably a mother and nearly grown cub." When we mentioned the abandoned campsite, her expression changed subtly. "Can you show me where this was?" Wesley, his leg properly bandaged now, offered to lead her to the site. They departed as the rest of us finished loading our vehicles. I should have felt relief as we prepared to return to civilization, but something nagged at me, a sense of unfinished business, of questions unanswered. Before leaving, I approached Maya, who was securing Scout in Bennett's truck. "Do you think those people are okay?" I asked quietly. "From the tent?" Maya's eyes met mine, and I saw in them the same uncertainty I felt. "I don't know," she admitted. "I keep thinking about that warm coffee mug. Whatever happened, it happened quickly." We embraced briefly, sharing an unspoken understanding of how the night had changed us. Some experiences create bonds that don't require explanation. I drove back to Portland alone, having decided to leave early as planned, despite the absurdity of worrying about my job after facing death. The highway stretched before me, sunlight making the events of the previous night seem distant and dreamlike. But whenever I closed my eyes, even to blink, I saw those glowing predator eyes staring back at me from the darkness. Upon reaching the city, I called my supervisor to explain my absence, fabricating a story about car trouble. It didn't matter. I was informed that my position had been filled that morning, company policy for no-shows. Under normal circumstances, I would have been devastated. Instead, I felt only numbness, followed by a strange sense of liberation. In the days that followed, I learned from Jared that Officer Mendez had found the abandoned campsite exactly as we'd described it. The registered campers, a couple from Washington State, were reported missing when they failed to return from their trip. Their vehicle remained at the site, their personal belongings undisturbed inside their tent. No trace of the couple has ever been found. The official report suggested they may have encountered the same mountain lions we did, with a less fortunate outcome. But this explanation never satisfied me. The lack of signs of struggle, the warm coffee, the missing shoes, these details haunted my thoughts. I never went camping again after that night. The trauma manifested in unexpected ways, a fear of darkness that had never troubled me before, an inability to sleep without a light on, panic attacks triggered by sounds similar to those we'd heard in the wilderness. I sought therapy, which helped manage the symptoms but couldn't erase the fundamental way that night had altered my perception of safety in the world. 3 years have passed, but every full moon still fills me with inexplicable dread. I've refused all invitations that might take me back to remote areas, especially at night. My friends have largely stopped asking, accepting without fully understanding that something in me broke that night at Snivelly Hot Springs. Sometimes I wonder if it was really just mountain lions we encountered in the darkness. The rational part of my mind insists it was. Dangerous predators, but natural ones, operating according to their instincts in their native habitat. Yet in my dreams, I still see those eyes reflecting our flashlight beams, and they seem to contain something more than animal hunger. An intelligence, a purpose that defies explanation. Whatever stalked us under that nearly full moon on Friday the 13th took more than just my job and peace of mind. It took my certainty about the world and my place in it. Some dangers can be escaped physically while continuing to pursue us in ways we never anticipated, through the darkest corners of our minds where reason fails and primal fear reigns eternal. The thin line between adventure and disaster often blurs in the wilderness. That's what I discovered during what was supposed to be a simple vacation to Glacier National Park in September 2019. My name is Eamon Gallagher, and back in 2019, I took my old RV up to Glacier National Park in Montana. I've always fancied myself a bit of an adventurer, even though the closest I've come to roughing it is microwaving day-old pizza. After years stuck behind a desk crunching numbers, I decided it was time to embrace the great outdoors. I figured what better way to reconnect with nature than by parking my home on wheels in the middle of a national park. Plus, if things got too wild, I'd still have Wi-Fi and a comfy bed. I arrived at the park on a crisp September morning. The air was fresh, carrying the scent of pine and the promise of solitude. As I navigated my RV through the winding roads, I couldn't help but marvel at the towering mountains and the glacial lakes that mirrored the sky. It was a far cry from the concrete jungle I was used to. I settled into a secluded spot near Lake McDonald. There were a few other campers nearby, a retired couple named Harold and Mabel, and a solo hiker named Lucy, who seemed more comfortable with a backpack than I was with my RV's GPS system. "First time here?" Harold asked as I awkwardly hooked up my RV's utilities. "Is it that obvious?" I chuckled. "Just a bit," Mabel smiled. "Don't worry, everyone starts somewhere." Over the next couple of days, I got to know my neighbors. Harold was a former engineer who retired early to travel the country. Mabel was an artist, capturing landscapes with watercolors that seemed to bring them to life. Lucy was a wildlife photographer chasing after elusive creatures most people only see on postcards. One evening, we all gathered around a campfire. The sky was a tapestry of stars, and the crackling fire provided a cozy warmth against the chilly air. "You ever hear about the park's hidden trails?" Lucy asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Hidden trails?" I raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like the start of a bad horror movie." "Or a good adventure," she retorted. "There's one that leads to an old ranger station, abandoned for years." "Why was it abandoned?" Harold inquired. "Rumor has it there was an incident." Lucy lowered her voice for dramatic effect. "A ranger went missing and they never found him." "Well, that's not ominous at all," I quipped. "Maybe he just got lost trying to find a decent cell signal." We all laughed, but there was an undercurrent of intrigue. Despite my better judgment, I felt drawn to the idea of exploring the unknown. After all, wasn't that why I came here? That night, as the embers of the campfire died down and my neighbors retired to their shelters, I sat alone outside my RV. The darkness of the wilderness was different from city darkness, deeper, more absolute. The stars seemed brighter, more numerous, their light barely penetrating the dense canopy of trees surrounding our campsite. A chill wind picked up, rustling through the forest. The sound of branches creaking and leaves whispering created an eerie symphony. I wrapped my jacket tighter around myself, trying to shake off the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me from the tree line. "Just your imagination," I muttered to myself. "This isn't a horror movie." But as I turned to enter my RV, I caught a glimpse of movement in the periphery of my vision. A shadow, darker than the night itself, slipping between the distant trees. By the time I spun around, whatever it was had vanished. I hurried inside, locking the door behind me. The comfortable interior of my RV suddenly seemed flimsy protection against the vastness of the wilderness outside. I told myself it was probably just a deer or some other harmless wildlife. Sleep came fitfully that night, my dreams filled with shadowy figures and endless dark forests. I woke several times, convinced I'd heard footsteps circling my RV, but each time I peered through the windows, I saw nothing but the silent night. Dawn brought clarity, and with it, embarrassment at my nocturnal fears. The forest looked innocent in the morning light, the shadows retreating as sunbeams filtered through the canopy. I made coffee and sat outside, watching the mist rise from the lake. Lucy approached, camera dangling from her neck. "Morning, city boy. Sleep well?" "Like a baby," I lied. "So, about that abandoned ranger station." Her eyes lit up. "Want to check it out?" I hesitated, remembering my irrational fears from the night before. But in the light of day, adventure seemed more appealing than caution. "Why not? Not like I've got a busy schedule of Netflix and microwave dinners out here." She laughed. "Great. We can head out tomorrow morning. I'll bring a map." That day passed pleasantly enough. I hiked some of the easier trails with Harold and Mabel, took photos of these spectacular vistas, and even caught myself enjoying the absence of email notifications. The forest, which had seemed so threatening in the dark, was magnificent in daylight. Ancient trees reaching skyward, wildflowers dotting the undergrowth, and the occasional glimpse of wildlife darting between the foliage. As evening approached, we again gathered around the campfire. The conversation flowed easily, stories exchanged between new friends. But when Lucy mentioned our planned expedition for the next day, a shadow seemed to pass over Harold's weathered face. "The old North Fork station?" he asked, his tone strangely flat. Lucy nodded. "You know it?" "I've heard stories," Harold replied, poking at the fire with a stick. "Nothing good." "Oh?" I prompted, curiosity piqued. Harold glanced at Mabel, who nodded slightly. "They say the ranger who went missing, Thomas Reed, wasn't just lost. Some believe he went mad. Lost his family in a fire the year before, never was the same after." "That's terrible," I said, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. "The official report said he wandered off during a routine patrol," Harold continued. "But there were rumors, strange symbols found in his quarters, journals filled with ramblings about the watching woods and eyes in the dark." "Harold, you're scaring them," Mabel chided gently. "Maybe they should be scared," he replied. "The wilderness isn't forgiving of mistakes." A heavy silence fell over our little circle. The crackling fire seemed louder somehow, the shadows at the edge of our camp deeper and more substantial. "Well," Lucy finally spoke, her usual enthusiasm slightly dimmed. "I still want to see it. For the photos, you know?" "And I'm still game," I added, though with less conviction than before. "Besides, it's probably just an old cabin falling apart by now." Harold nodded slowly. "Just stay on the marked trails as much as possible, and be back before dark." "Yes, Dad," Lucy joked, but the humor felt forced. Later, as I prepared for bed, I found myself once again peering into the darkness beyond my RV's windows. The forest seemed alive with whispers and movements, the trees swaying slightly though there was no wind. And just before I closed the curtains, I could have sworn I saw a pale face watching me from between the distant trunks. Gaunt, hollow-eyed, gone in an instant when I blinked. Sleep was even more elusive that night, and when it came, it brought dreams of pursuit through endless woods, of symbols carved in flesh and of a voice that whispered from the shadows. "The watching woods see all who enter." The next morning, I woke with a sense of foreboding that coffee couldn't quite dispel. Outside my RV, the world was shrouded in fog, the trees appearing and disappearing like ghostly sentinels as the mist swirled and shifted. Lucy arrived at my campsite just after dawn, her backpack bulging with gear and her face alight with excitement that seemed at odds with the somber morning. "Ready for our adventure?" she asked, adjusting her camera strap. "As ready as I'll ever be," I replied, hefting my own hastily packed bag. Though I'm beginning to think I should have stayed with my original vacation plan of binge-watching documentaries in air-conditioned comfort. "Where's your sense of adventure?" "Probably left it in my other pants," I quipped, but followed her toward the trailhead nonetheless. After a couple of hours, we reached a clearing where the remains of the old ranger station stood. It was a dilapidated wooden structure, windows shattered, and the door hanging off its hinges. "Charming," I remarked. "Looks like the perfect fixer-upper." Lucy began snapping photos. "There's beauty in decay, don't you think? I'll take your word for it." As we explored the interior, I noticed strange symbols carved into the walls. circles intersected by jagged lines, accompanied by words in a language I didn't recognize. "Any idea what this says?" I asked. Lucy shook her head. "Probably just graffiti from other hikers." "Yeah, hikers who carry chisels and have a flair for the dramatic." The interior of the station was a single room, with what remained of a cot in one corner and a rusted stove in another. A table, its surface warped by years of exposure to the elements, stood near the broken window. Papers, yellowed and faded, were scattered across the floor, their contents illegible due to water damage and time. I picked up a fragment of what might have been a journal, but the ink had run, leaving only ghostly impressions of what once had been writing. A photograph, curled and bleached by the sun, showed a young couple with a small child, their faces barely distinguishable. "Think this was him? Reed?" I asked, showing Lucy the photo. She took it carefully, examining it. "Could be. Sad to think of him out here alone, losing his mind." As she spoke, I felt a peculiar sensation, a pressure in my ears, as if the air had suddenly thickened. The light coming through the broken windows seemed to dim, though I could see no clouds outside. "Lucy," I said slowly, "do you feel that?" "Feel what?" But before I could explain, we heard a rustling outside. I peered through the broken window, but saw nothing. "Probably just the wind," Lucy said, though her voice wavered. "Right, the wind, in the form of footsteps." She gave me a nervous smile. "Maybe we should head back." "Best idea you've had all day." We stepped outside, and that's when we saw him. A man standing at the edge of the clearing. He was tall and gaunt, with unkempt hair that framed a face smudged with dirt. His clothes were tattered, hanging loosely on his thin frame. "Hello there," Lucy called out, ever the friendly explorer. The man didn't respond. Instead, he tilted his head, observing us like a predator sizing up its prey. "Maybe he needs help," I whispered. "Or maybe he's admiring your fashion sense," she whispered back. "Cargo shorts are all the rage in the wilderness." "Ha ha," I muttered. "Let's just keep moving." We started walking away, but the man mirrored our movements, maintaining the same distance. "Okay, this is creepy," I admitted. "Agreed," Lucy said, her pace quickening. We veered off the path, hoping to lose him in the thick underbrush. Branches scratched at our arms, and the uneven ground made every step a gamble. "Do you even know where we're going?" I asked. "Back to the main trail, I think." "You think? Got a better idea?" "Yeah, A sudden scream cut through the air. It was Lucy. I turned to see the man had grabbed her, his bony fingers digging into her shoulder. Without thinking, I picked up a fallen branch and swung it at him. "Let her go!" I shouted. The branch connected with his back, but he barely flinched. His eyes met mine, cold, devoid of any humanity. He shoved Lucy to the ground and lunged at me. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root and landing hard on my back. The wind was knocked out of me, and before I could react, he was above me, a rusted knife gleaming in his hand. "Wait," I managed to gasp. "We don't want any trouble." He brought the knife down, slicing my arm as I tried to shield myself. Pain shot through me, sharp and searing. "Funny, I always thought getting stabbed would hurt less," I blurted out, adrenaline fueling my sarcasm. "Now's not the time for jokes," Lucy shouted, scrambling to her feet. She threw a rock, hitting the man square in the temple. He grunted, momentarily disoriented. "Run!" she yelled. I didn't need to be told twice. We bolted through the forest, branches whipping against our faces. My arm throbbed, blood seeping through my fingers as I clutched the wound. "Head for the river," Lucy directed. "He might lose our scent there." "Scent? What am I, a deer?" "Just move." We could hear him crashing through the foliage behind us, his footsteps relentless. The sound was a grim reminder that he was not far behind. We reached the riverbank, a steep drop leading to rushing waters below. "Great," I panted. "Now what, we grow wings?" "There's a narrow path along the edge," Lucy pointed. I glanced at the precarious ledge, barely wide enough for a squirrel. "You've got to be kidding." "Do you trust me?" "About as much as I trust gas station sushi, but lead the way." We edged along the cliffside, the river roaring beneath us. One misstep, and we'd be swept away. Halfway across, I felt the ledge crumble slightly under my foot. "Careful," Lucy warned. "No kidding," I muttered. A stone dislodged and fell into the river, vanishing into the white water. I swallowed hard. We made it across, scrambling onto solid ground. For a moment, relief washed over me until I saw him standing ahead of us. How did he... Does this guy have a twin? I asked, my heart sinking. He moved toward us, knife in hand. There was no escape. Stay behind me, I told Lucy. Don't be a hero, she protested. Trust me, heroics aren't my style. I just have a plan. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small canister, bear spray. Always prepared, I said with a weak smile. Now you tell me you have that? Better late than never. As he closed in, I aimed and unleashed a cloud of the repellent. He screamed, dropping the knife to claw at his eyes. Run! We dashed past him, heading back toward the campsite. The adrenaline blurred the passage of time. All I knew was that we had to keep moving. When we finally broke through the tree line, the sight of Harold and Mabel's RV was like seeing the gates of heaven. Help! Lucy shouted. Harold emerged, startled. What on earth happened? No time to explain, I said, gasping for breath. Call the Rangers. We huddled inside their RV, locking the doors. I sank into a chair, my arm throbbing. You're bleeding, Mabel exclaimed, grabbing a first aid kit. Yeah, turns out nature doesn't agree with me, I tried to joke, wincing as she cleaned the wound. Harold was on the radio, frantically trying to reach park authorities. Minutes later, which felt like hours, we saw the flashing lights of a ranger's vehicle. Officer Daniels stepped out, a stern look on his face. Can someone tell me what's going on? We recounted the events, describing the man who attacked us. Officer Daniels listened intently, his weathered face revealing little emotion. Only when we mentioned the symbols carved into the walls of the ranger station did a flicker of recognition cross his features. Did he say anything? Daniels asked. Not a word, I replied, but he wasn't exactly the chatty type. We'll conduct a search, he assured us. As the rangers combed the area, we stayed close to the campsite. The atmosphere was tense, the serenity of the park shattered. By nightfall, Daniels returned. We found signs of someone living in the old ranger station. Supplies, makeshift bedding, but no sign of the individual you described. Great, I sighed. So he's still out there? We'll keep patrols active, he said. In the meantime, I suggest you stay within the main areas of the park. Believe me, I've had enough adventure for a lifetime. That night, sleep was elusive. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. I sat outside my RV, a flashlight in one hand and the bear spray in the other. Lucy joined me, wrapping a blanket around her shoulders. Can't sleep? She asked. Not exactly the restful getaway I planned, I admitted. At least you have a story to tell, she offered. Yeah, what I did on my vacation. Got stabbed by a lunatic. Real crowd pleaser. She chuckled softly. You handled yourself well back there. Thanks, though next time I'll stick to stories around the campfire. We sat in silence for a while, the night sounds of the forest surrounding us. Despite the ranger's presence, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that somewhere in the darkness beyond our little circle of light, cold eyes were observing our every move. Those symbols, Lucy finally spoke. They weren't random graffiti, were they? I shook my head. I don't think so. They seemed deliberate, like they meant something. And Daniels recognized them. Did you notice? I nodded. Yeah, he definitely knew something, but why wouldn't he tell us? Lucy shrugged. Maybe he didn't want to scare us more than we already were. Great job on that front, I muttered. The night deepened around us. The moon, nearly full, cast an eerie silver light over the campsite. Shadows stretched and shifted, playing tricks on my already frayed nerves. I'm going to try to get some sleep, Lucy said, standing. You should too. Right behind you, I lied. After she left, I remained outside, unable to face the confines of my RV. The darkness seemed alive, pulsing with malevolent energy. I found myself studying the tree line, searching for any sign of movement, any indication that our attacker had followed us back. Hours passed. The campfire burned down to embers. The night grew colder. Just as exhaustion began to overtake my vigilance, I heard it. A soft, rhythmic sound, like someone humming a simple melody. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The humming grew louder, closer. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the darkness beyond the dying firelight. And then I saw it. A figure, moving between the trees. Not approaching, just circling, observing. I reached for the radio Harold had lent me, my fingers fumbling with the dial. "Officer Daniels," I whispered urgently. "There's someone at the campsite, Site 14, near Lake McDonald." Static crackled, then Daniel's voice came through, sounding distant and distorted. "Stay inside. Officers on the way." I retreated to my RV, locking the door behind me. The humming continued, seeming to come from all directions now. I peered through the window, but the figure had vanished. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching into eternity. The radio remained silent. No flashing lights appeared on the access road. A sharp rap on the RV door made me jump. I clutched the bear spray tighter. "Eamon?" It was Harold's voice. "You in there, son?" Relief flooded through me. I opened the door to find Harold standing there, shotgun in hand. "Heard you call the Rangers," he said. "Thought I'd check on you." "There was someone out there," I explained. "Humming." Harold's expression darkened. "Stay here. I'll have a look around." "Wait." But he was already moving away, the beam of his flashlight cutting through the darkness. I stood in the doorway, indecision paralyzing me. Should I follow him? Close the door? Call out to wake the others? Before I could decide, a scream shattered the night. Not Harold's, but high-pitched, agonized. It seemed to come from the direction of Lucy's tent. I bolted toward the sound, all caution forgotten. Harold was already there, his flashlight illuminating a scene from a nightmare. Lucy's tent was shredded, as if something had torn through it from the outside. Blood spattered the tattered fabric, gleaming wetly in the beam of the flashlight. "Lucy?" I called, my voice breaking. No answer. Only the soft rustle of leaves in the night breeze. "Where is she?" I asked Harold, panic rising. "I don't know." His voice was grim. "But we need to find her. Now." We woke Mabel, who immediately took charge, her earlier grandmotherly demeanor replaced by steely determination. "Harold, get the emergency flares from the RV," she directed. "Eamon, try the radio again. Tell them we have a missing camper, possible injuries." I grabbed the radio, but all I got was static. "It's not working," I reported. "The landline in the ranger station at the entrance," Mabel said. "It's our best bet." "That's 2 miles away," Harold objected. "Then we better get moving," she replied. We gathered what supplies we could: flashlights, Harold's shotgun, my bear spray, a first aid kit from Mabel's RV. The night had grown preternaturally quiet, the usual chorus of nocturnal creatures silenced. "Stay close," Harold advised as we set off toward the main road. The forest seemed different at night, malevolent. Trees that had provided welcome shade during the day now loomed like specters, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Every shadow concealed potential danger, every sound a possible threat. We had gone perhaps half a mile when Mabel suddenly stopped. "Did you hear that?" We listened. At first I heard nothing. Then, faintly, a voice, Lucy's voice, calling for help. "This way." I started toward the sound, but Harold grabbed my arm. "Wait," he cautioned. "Something's not right." "What do you mean? That's Lucy." "Is it?" His eyes were hard in the beam of the flashlight. "The voice is coming from the direction of the old ranger station, the one you visited today." A chill ran through me. It could be a trap. "Or she could be hurt and need our help," Mabel said. "We can't just ignore it." After a moment's hesitation, Harold nodded. "We'll approach carefully, together." We altered our course, heading deeper into the forest, following Lucy's increasingly frantic calls for help. The terrain grew more difficult, the undergrowth denser. Several times we had to stop to disentangle ourselves from thorny bushes or navigate around fallen trees. And all the while, Lucy's voice guided us onward, sometimes seeming to come from directly ahead, sometimes from our left or right, but always drawing us deeper into the woods. "We're almost at the old station," Harold murmured. "Everyone stay alert." The clearing appeared suddenly, the dilapidated structure standing in stark relief against the night sky. And there, silhouetted in the doorway, was a figure. "Lucy," I called hesitantly. The figure turned, and in the beam of our flashlights I could see it wasn't Lucy at all. It was him, the gaunt man from the forest, his eyes reflecting the light like an animal's. "Run!" Harold shouted, raising his shotgun. But it was too late. From the shadows around the clearing, more figures emerged. Silent, shambling forms, their features indistinct in the darkness. Back to the road, Mabel ordered, her voice surprisingly steady. We turned to retreat, only to find our path blocked by more of the silent watchers. We were surrounded. "This way!" Harold charged toward what seemed like a gap in the encircling figures. Mabel and I closed behind. A shadow detached itself from a tree directly in our path. I recognized the gaunt man, now holding what looked like a ceremonial dagger, its blade gleaming in the moonlight. Harold raised his shotgun, but before he could fire, something struck him from behind. He went down with a grunt, the weapon clattering away into the undergrowth. "Harold!" Mabel cried, dropping to her knees beside him. I stood frozen, watching as the circle of silent figures closed in around us. The gaunt man approached, the dagger raised. In the silver moonlight, I could see his face clearly for the first time. Hollow-cheeked, eyes sunken into dark sockets, lips pulled back in a grimace that might have been a smile. And then, beyond him, I saw another figure emerging from the shadows of the ranger station. Smaller, familiar. "Lucy?" I whispered, disbelieving. But the figure that stepped into the clearing wasn't Lucy. Not anymore. Her face was pale, her movements jerky, unnatural. And her eyes. Her eyes were empty, devoid of the spark that had made her who she was. "What have you done to her?" I demanded, my voice cracking. The gaunt man tilted his head, studying me with those inhuman eyes. And then, for the first time, he spoke, his voice a dry rasp, like dead leaves blown across stone. "The watching woods must be fed." The gaunt man, Reed, I presumed, raised the dagger higher, moonlight catching on its ancient blade. The symbols carved into its handle matched those on the walls of the ranger station. Lucy stood beside him, her expression vacant, body swaying slightly as if moved by an unseen wind. "This is insanity," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Let her go. Let us all go." Reed's lips stretched into what might have been a smile on a human face. "None leave the watching woods unmarked." At my feet, Harold groaned, struggling to rise. Mabel helped him up, her face set in grim determination. "Whatever you think you're doing," she addressed Reed directly, "it won't bring your family back." Something flickered in those dead eyes, recognition, pain, humanity briefly resurfacing. But it was gone as quickly as it appeared, submerged beneath whatever madness had claimed him. "The woods promised," he rasped. "The old ones promised. Blood for blood, life for life." "He's completely lost it," I muttered. "Maybe not," Harold whispered. "Divert his attention, I have an idea." Before I could ask what he meant, Mabel stepped forward, drawing Reed's focus. "Thomas Reed," she said clearly, "I knew your wife. Eleanor was a good woman. She wouldn't want this." Reed's hand trembled, the dagger wavering. "Eleanor?" The name seemed to cause him physical pain. While Reed's attention was on Mabel, Harold slowly reached into his jacket pocket, withdrawing something small that glinted in the moonlight. A silver flask. "What happened to your family was tragic," Mabel continued, her voice gentle despite the danger. "But this won't undo it. These people are innocent." "Innocent?" Reed spat the word. "No one is innocent. The woods see all. The woods know." "The woods lie, Thomas," Harold said, unscrewing the flask. "They've been lying to you for years." In a swift motion, Harold flung the contents of the flask at Reed. The liquid, whiskey by the smell of it, splashed across his face and tattered clothes. Reed recoiled, more in surprise than pain. Harold produced a lighter from his pocket, thumb flicking the wheel. "Harold, no!" Mabel cried, but it was too late. The flame caught the alcohol-soaked fabric of Reed's shirt. Fire bloomed, racing up his body. Reed didn't scream. He stood, arms spread wide as the flames consumed him. His followers, if that's what they were, backed away, their shadowy forms retreating into the deeper darkness. Lucy collapsed like a marionette with cut strings. I rushed to her side, checking for a pulse. It was there, weak but steady. "We need to get out of here," Harold urged, supporting Mabel. "Now." I lifted Lucy's unconscious form, struggling under her weight. Behind us, Reed remained standing, a human torch illuminating the clearing. The heat of the flames was intense, already catching on the dry underbrush. "The forest," Mabel gasped. "It's going to burn." "Better it than us," Harold replied grimly. We staggered through the woods, the growing roar of the fire driving us forward. The way seemed clearer now, as if the forest itself was retreating from the flames. Or perhaps it was simply that the shadowy figures that had stalked us were gone, fled back to whatever darkness had spawned them. By the time we reached the main campground, the fire was visible through the trees, a malevolent orange glow consuming the night. Park rangers were already mobilizing, alerted by the smoke and flames. Officer Daniels spotted us emerging from the tree line, his face registering shock at our battered condition and Lucy's unconscious form in my arms. "What happened?" he demanded. "Who started the fire?" "You wouldn't believe us if we told you," I panted, lowering Lucy gently to the ground. "She needs medical attention." The next few hours passed in a blur of sirens, flashing lights, and urgent voices. EMTs arrived, loading Lucy into an ambulance. They checked the rest of us for injuries, cleaning and bandaging the knife wound on my arm. Fire crews battled the blaze, which had spread rapidly through the drought-stricken forest. Officer Daniels questioned us separately, his expression growing increasingly troubled as our stories aligned. When I mentioned the symbols again and the dagger Reed had carried, Daniels exchanged a significant look with a senior ranger I hadn't seen before. "Those markings," I pressed. "You know what they are, don't you?" Daniels hesitated, then nodded. "There are stories about this part of the forest. Old stories from before the park was established. The native tribes avoided it, called it the place where shadows walk." "And you didn't think to warn people? They're just stories," he said, but his eyes said otherwise. "Folklore. Nothing substantiated." "Tell that to Lucy," I retorted. "Tell that to Reed's family." Daniels had no answer for that. By morning, the fire was contained, though a significant portion of the forest around the old ranger station had burned. The official story, as I later read in the newspapers, was that a disturbed former park employee had been living off the grid, attacked several campers, and accidentally set fire to the woods during an altercation. No mention was made of the symbols, the dagger, or the silent figures that had surrounded us. No explanation was offered for Lucy's condition, diagnosed as severe shock, from which she eventually recovered, though with no memory of the events after our first encounter with Reed. I visited her in the hospital before leaving Montana. She was pale, diminished somehow, but the spark had returned to her eyes. "The doctors say I should make a full recovery," she told me. "Physically, at least." "And mentally?" She smiled wanly. "Ask me again in a few years of therapy." I took her hand, unsure what to say. How do you comfort someone who's experienced something so far beyond normal understanding? "I keep dreaming about the woods," she said quietly. "Not nightmares, exactly, just whispers, like the trees are trying to tell me something." A chill ran through me. "What do they say?" She shook her head. "I can never quite hear. Maybe that's for the best." Maybe it was. Morning brought a semblance of normalcy. Campers went about their routines, seemingly unaware of the danger lurking in the woods. As I packed up my RV, preparing to leave, Harold approached me. "Leaving so soon?" he asked. "Yeah, I think I've overstayed my welcome with Mother Nature." "Can't blame you," he nodded. "But don't let one bad experience keep you from exploring." "I'll keep that in mind. Maybe next time I'll try a beach." He laughed. "Less bears, more sharks." As I drove out of the park, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Questions swirled in my mind. Who was that man? Why did he attack us? What were those symbols and what did they mean? A few days later, I did some digging online. News articles from years ago mentioned a ranger who went missing, Thomas Reed. Rumors suggested he had gone rogue after a personal tragedy, losing his family in an accident. The final line of an old report caught my eye. Authorities believe Reed may still be in the area, living off the grid. His mental state deteriorated. So that was it. A broken man lost in his own wilderness. Or was it? The questions lingered, unanswered. What had he meant by, "the watching woods must be fed"? Who were those silent figures that had surrounded us? And why did I still feel, even hundreds of miles away, that something was watching me from the shadows? I tried to return to my normal life, my job, my apartment, my routine of takeout and Netflix. But something had changed. I found myself avoiding wooded areas, startling at unexpected shadows. Sleep became a luxury, interrupted by dreams of symbols carved into flesh and voices whispering from the dark. And sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I could swear I heard it. A soft, rhythmic humming, like someone just outside my window. A simple melody carried on the night breeze. The melody of the watching woods. They say time heals all wounds. They say distance brings perspective. They're partly right. 6 months after leaving Glacier National Park, I received a package. No return address, just my name and address in neat, precise handwriting I didn't recognize. Inside was a single item. A small, leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. And on the first page, a message. The watching woods are everywhere. They see. They know. They wait. The rest of the journal was filled with the same symbols I had seen in the ranger station, interspersed with fragmentary text, some in English, some in languages I couldn't identify. Diagrams depicted what looked like rituals, sacrifices made to appease something ancient and hungry. I should have burned it, should have thrown it away, ignored it, reported it to the authorities. Instead, I found myself studying it, drawn to the maddening geometries of the symbols, the whispered promises of the text. And as I did, I began to understand what had happened to Thomas Reed. Began to hear the voices he had heard, the call of the watching woods. They're patient, the woods. They can wait decades, centuries, millennia for the right vessel. They found Reed after he lost everything, when his grief and rage left him hollow, ready to be filled. And now they found me. I wake sometimes to find dirt under my fingernails, though I have no memory of going outside. I discover symbols carved into my kitchen table, my bedroom walls, my own skin. Symbols I don't remember creating. Lucy calls occasionally. She's moved to Arizona. Not enough trees, she explains with a forced laugh. She doesn't remember much, but the dreams continue. The whispers are getting clearer, she told me last time. I think I'm starting to understand them. I didn't tell her I understand them too. Harold and Mabel send postcards from their travels, each one bearing a simple message beneath the cheerful vacation scenes. Stay in the light. But the darkness grows more inviting every day. I'm writing this as a warning, I suppose, a confession, a breadcrumb trail for whoever comes looking when I inevitably disappear. The watching woods are calling, and soon I won't be able to resist. If you're reading this and you visited Glacier National Park, or any ancient forest where the shadows seem too deep and the silence too complete, watch carefully. Listen closely. The watching woods may have marked you too. And if you hear humming in the night, a simple melody carried on the breeze, run. Run while you still can. Run before you start to hear the whispers. Run before you start to answer back.